Hello everybody, how are we all doing? Welcome to the Ligier Mega Stream! Yeah! Woo! We've got 5 rounds today of the Ligier Championship on Assetto Corsa. If you don't know what it is a championship on Assetto Corsa where we watch AI on Assetto Corsa in the Ligier JS8. If you don't know what the series is and you'd like more information on what it is, let me just grab a link to my Discord. Should be in the description of Stream Elements bot running. Why is it saying it's now running? I don't understand this thing, man. Anyway, welcoming everybody. We've got Gina, we've got Alex, Jack, and Thomas. Welcoming everybody. There it is. I never come prepared to any of this. I'm very good at this. There's a link. Right, without further ado then, let's get straight into the Assetto Corsa action. Is it going to load? Oh my god, it's a thunderstorm. Oh my gosh, it's a thunderstorm. Do I think you're normal? Alex, I know nothing about you, mate. You just... All I know is that you come here to watch cool racing. Watching you right now. Hello everybody in James's chat. I guess this is what the stream has come to. As you can clearly see, it's raining a little bit. Pretty cool. Did I get a haircut? I did get a haircut last week. I haven't got a haircut today, but I got a haircut last week. I'd say most Peruvians are pretty normal. Well, all they do is just hike mountains, don't they? Isn't that what they do? Anyway, we're here in qualifying. As so often as it's literally a lightning storm. It is literally a lightning storm. Classic British weather. I don't know why the rain looks like this, by the way. The rain looks pretty weird. 6-minute qualifying session, and then we have a 25-kilometer race. I'll be writing down results as well as we go in, because yeah, I need to keep up to date with what is happening in the championship at least. But yeah, welcoming everybody. As we got here the two Campos racing cars with the HRT liveries battling one another. There's so many people on this one piece of track. If you don't know what this track is, it's the... Looks like, because I don't have paid CSP. Pretty fair assumption, and that is in fact true. I'm not paying for a mod of Assetto Corsa. That is not something I necessarily plan on doing. As yeah, this is the Highland Short track. It's a pretty good track for these cars, and it's host to round 3 of the championship. If you don't know the championship standings, probably should have gone through them before this point. Should I even do graphics for that? I didn't even do graphics for that. So this has been a very well planned out stream so far, as we're seeing Peter Elkman and Jordi Gambin now round the final corner. The rest of them, I think, are on outlaps. Apart from maybe Chen Kongfu is somewhere in that huddle of cars. Anyway, across the line now for Peter Elkman, and who will be the one to set the pace? It'll be Jordi Gambin with a 21.6. Chen Kongfu not quite as fast. We'll see what is up with Paul de Resta, who... Did I kill someone on this one? I don't know, actually. I can't remember this race in Ligier. The actual Ligier League. Watch Paul de Resta, who has scored a race victory so far this season for Flashpoint Grand Prix. Who, however, is not leading the championship. The person leading the championship is Svetislav Kostov, who has a 2nd place and a 5th place so far this season on 20 points, but is matched by Gunnar Hansen, who has gone 2nd, right behind their teammate. Then again, Daniel Ferguson a 2nd in front of the rest of the field. Meanwhile, Moreno Soprapto to the front row. We'll see what Paul de Resta is capable of doing. Is that one of the... I shouldn't point with my mouse. I don't know if there's a way on OBS to get rid of the mouse, but we'll just roll with it for now. I think we saw Jake Wilson there going sideways through the final couple of corners. Paul de Resta, race winner in round 2, only 5th fastest. Guido van der Gaard, only 6th fastest, who won the other race in the opening 2 rounds, as Casey Kirk is currently in last place. It's because he's not set a lap time so far. Lucas Moritz now goes to the front row of the field, with Tina Curtis now into the top 3, so we're seeing times constantly shaking up here between all of the drivers. And now through the final corner for Casey Kirk. What is he capable of doing as we now go on board with the Northern Irishman through the final corner? Seems pretty good, although he's not taking as much speed as he probably should do through that last corner and up towards the line. It is 6th place for Casey Kirk. Not a bad lap time from him. Svetislav Kostov, current championship. Are we back? Hello? I think we're back. I don't know what's happening lately. Internet's dying all the time. But I changed the settings, so I've no longer got the cursor. That's great. Anyway, Svetislav Kostov currently in last place. Yeah, I opened up the OBS settings. It just crashed the whole thing, which is brilliant. I don't know if that was a coincidence or not. Welcome in, by the way, Casey, Svet, and Rhino. Same problem from yesterday. I didn't actually have any dropped frames, though, yesterday. It just completely cut out on my end. Oh, I didn't even realise. Paul de Rest has gone fastest. Josep Konarusikas goes 3rd. We'll see what Svetislav Kostov, though, is capable of doing in the Flashpoint Grand Prix car, as his teammate currently sits on pole position. Up towards the line then for the Bulgarian of Svetislav Kostov. Time now 1 second, 0 seconds. So this is going to have to do for Svetislav Kostov. And he goes on to the front row. 4 thousandths of a second behind his teammate. A much better lap there from the current championship leader. As we're now seeing a lot of the drivers completing their laps. So it's not looking like many drivers are looking for an improvement right now. As it currently stands, it's a Flashpoint Grand Prix front row lockout. Switch to the other count, no problem, Casey. Justus Nachirai is currently down in 17th place. I don't know if Paul de Rest is also on a fast lap here. He's on a fast lap. He's going to try and extend his lead at the top of the timing sheets here in qualifying. Up towards the line, cannot quite squeak into the 1 minute 19s. Meanwhile for Lucas Moritz, he's battling side by side, I think, with one of the Scuderia Azzurro cars there, so it might not be a good lap here from the German. He might actually abort this one into the pits now. Oh no, Lucas Moritz drives for Scuderia Azzurro. I forgot all the lineups. Anyway, I think everyone's coming into the pits now, and Svetislav Kostov, I think, is the only one out there on track. We'll see if he is able to find his way possibly to pole position. He's going to round the final corner. He's only got 4 thousandths of a second to find to beat his teammate to pole position, and he is unable to. So it is Paul de Rest on pole position ahead of Svetislav Kostov. Flashpoint Grand Prix 1-2. Where is that gone? I don't know if you can actually see this on the screen. It doesn't look like you can. I've currently got my Excel spreadsheet up right now, so let me write these in. Kostov, Daniel, what I could do actually is I could put it on that one. I mean, you can't hear the game anymore, so there's that. But yeah, at least you can actually see me typing in. Lucas Moritz, Tina Curtis. See, I want to put some music on for this as well, like just some regular background music, but the problem is, one, I haven't set it up. Two, I don't want to get copyright strikes, because that's absolutely fantastic. Casey Kirk, Jake Wilson, Guido van der Harde, Gunnar Hansen, Harry Bonara, What is Eurobox's official broadcast? I don't know, but there you go. It's back on screen. Jordi Gambin, Jakub Esta, Carlos Barton, Justus Naturai, Peter Elkman. Franz Böhm back down in 19th position, only ahead of Nathan Hazelwood. Not a good lap there from the German. Let me write the times in as well. 4, 6, 196, 305. Anyway, how has everyone's week been so far? How much did you miss? You just missed the first qualifying session, Jeffrey, so not much happening as of right now. Actually, what I could do is fetch... Whoa! Yeah, sure, I'll fetch that into here. That should work. You've been building the Lego Ferrari. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Actually, let me chuck that in the F1 challenge bit as well. Well, you just had the music restart. Oh well. I think. Probably. I can't lie, with Lego, I think, it seems that, like, it used to be, like, this one really expensive thing, but because I feel like Lego's, like, one of the few things that hasn't increased in price from, like, 15 years ago. So it's meant that, like, the price of Lego doesn't seem as overpriced as what it used to be, which is weird. Because it seems, like, semi-affordable now, which is kind of, like, funny to me. Hello FF, welcome in to the stream essentially. We are just about to start the first round of the stream. How did I write these down? I did write them down like this. Need to increase the width here though by 5. It's just plastic. Yeah, that's true. It takes a lot of energy though to make those bricks, doesn't it? I guess. Harrison Motorsport, Team Mastercard. What is it? Scuderia Azzurro. Team Mastercard. Streamline Engineering. Scuderia Azzurro. MyLink Motorsport, Branson Virgin Racing, MyLink Motorsport, Harrison Motorsport, Branson Virgin, Campos Racing Team. Guess it comes from most of the brand deals. I don't know, like I feel like even the branded stuff is like cheaper. To be fair, I don't see much unbranded stuff of Lego anymore. Like I don't think that the last time I saw an out and out like original set by a Lego, I don't remember one. Is it Pacific Racing or Pacific Grand Prix? Pacific Racing, okay. Campos. I spelt Franz wrong. Your winner race this year. We often do see quite a few different race winners in this series. But now that I have got that all written down, switch back to that one, turn that off. Without further ado then, let's get this race underway, where once again it is absolutely chucking it down at the start of this race. There are the lights for the drivers. Why is my car not moving? Hang on. Back to pits, do that. There we go. I don't know why my car didn't jump the start there. An EV for 60, a Pica for 200. Absolute sexism at its finest there between the Lego company and there. Daniel Ferguson has just got ahead of Svetoslav Kostov up into second. I'm not going to like go super ham on the commentary because, you know, it's Ligier. I want to just chill out today and watch some good racing. And right now we're seeing Daniel Ferguson about half a second behind, as there Lucas Moritz and Tina Curtis side by side between the Scuderia Azzurro and the Team MasterCard car. Franz Bernbach, though, he's made up a place. Guido van der Gaard is up in 11th now, as Tina Curtis is now once again back past Lucas Moritz. Can't see anything really anyway, nor can I really. Probably shouldn't have put it on this sort of conditions, but oh well. We move, I guess, as now Svetoslav Kostov has now re-overtaken Daniel Ferguson in towards the last corner. Will he be able to now challenge his teammate? Gap is now less than a tenth of a second between the two flashpoints as they now cross the line to begin the second lap of 15. So, to the outside is Svetoslav Kostov on his teammate Paul de Resta, as Jago Pesta is in the wall. He's in the pit lane as well. I don't know what's happened there to the Maxi Toys driver there, but he is out of this race. Mate, these are the Ligier JS8s. These are the best cars in the business. That's what they are. Absolute goats of a car. Anyway, what's happened here with Jago Pesta? Oh, he's clipped the inside wall. Simple error there from the Estonian. I think he's going to be out the race for that one. Paul de Resta leads then. Ahead of his teammate for now, Svetoslav Kostov. Kostov, though, has made a move towards the inside of Paul de Resta and has now just taken the lead. Paul de Resta is now going to try and launch an attack into the 90 right here of Svetoslav Kostov. He's going to try and pull alongside as Daniel Ferguson and Josep Konarusikas battle for P3. Moritz and Curtis also in that top 5 battle between the two of them. And now Konarusikas, the Estonian, up into 3rd place now. So it's been a good start here for the MasterCard drivers. Paul de Resta, though, still side by side with his teammate Svetoslav Kostov, as now they make their way to the last couple of corners. De Resta now towards the inside and has now taken the lead ahead of Kostov. Daniel Ferguson has also just dispatched the Bulgarian as they head now into the final corner, very nearly clipping that inside wall there, as I think there's a streamline off. It's Moreno Soprapto. He's made the same mistake as Jago Pesta. I saw him on the camera there making that simple error, and unfortunately for Moreno Soprapto, it's going to be 2 drivers now out of this race, and we're only 2 laps in, so at the end of this race we might only be down to 5 drivers. I hope that's not the case, as Nathan Hazelwood sets the fastest lap. There, De Resta over the curbs, bouncing all over the place as he now makes his way up the inside of Svetoslav Kostov as they now head into the second sector on this circuit. Kostov, though, not having any of it as they now go side by side through the chicane, the Bulgarian and the Briton, and the Briton comes out on top ahead in that battle. And Kostov's made a mistake there. He's hit the wall pretty heavily, and that might open the opportunity for Daniel Ferguson to maybe get a run on the Bulgarian. It doesn't seem so. I think Ferguson also had a pretty poor run there. He actually fell without a second of the 2 flashpoints at the front of the field. So not a good run there from Ferguson. Should be able to hold on to 3rd place, though, ahead of Conor Rusikas, as now they head towards the final couple of corners. Once again, Kostov up the inside. I can't lie, I think it'd be pretty boring around Circuit de la Tharf, because all it would be is a massive slipstream fest. This is like one of the few cars as well in the Assetto Corsa that does well with like the oh, Shen Kong Fu's off, and Harry Bonara. A couple of cars off there at the last corner, and I think that's all been caused by Chen Kongfu having a spin at the final corner. Those 4 cars are now going to be right at the back of the field and have pretty much lost any chance of possibly scoring points in this race, unless there's going to be any more incidents higher up the field. No worries, Horizon. You joined us at a perfect time, really. You were watching the lead battle here between Kostov and Paul di Resta on lap 4. We're only in the first race right now, so we've got plenty more action where that came from. Di Resta then towards the inside of Kostov as now they head towards the 90 right. I don't actually know any of the corner names around here. I don't know if there actually is, because this is a Assetto Corsa base game track. We should be expecting drivers to be in maybe around the halfway point, maybe a couple of them trying to gamble on a 2-stop strategy, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Paul di Resta, though, staying ahead of his teammate Svetoslav Kostov. Conor Rusikas still battling with Daniel Ferguson. Without the chicane on the Mulsanne straight, I think, honestly, even with the chicanes, because these cars only reach like 60 miles an hour, I think they'd honestly reach, I think they'd be flat out through the chicanes maybe, because the track is pretty wide there, isn't it? So, do like this circuit. Yeah, it is a good circuit for a fictional track. I like the long circuit as well, but it doesn't really work for these these sort of cars, because, well, obviously these cars are a bit too slow for that sort of thing. So it makes it a bit difficult when formulating a calendar, but we have got a 10 race calendar and we're doing 5 of those races today. This is round 3, as I did the first 2 rounds, I think last month, I think something like that, early February or something like that I did them. So yeah, it's making it quite difficult for the drivers to actually see as they are actually constantly hitting walls there through that corner. The heavy rain conditions certainly playing a factor in this race, as Paul di Resta and Svetoslav Kostov once again pull side by side with one another through the second chicane, now towards what I assume to be the heaviest braking zone on the track, although it is still quite a fairly medium speed corner for these cars. And Paul di Resta now ahead of his teammate Kostov here on lap 5. Kostov, though, looking for a switchback move up the inside into the final corner. Di Resta is left in the space as Ferguson has gone into the pit lane on the end of lap 5. Another car into the pits as well. I think that's Guido van der Gaard, so the driver who won the race the first round, I think it was, is into the pits and might be looking at a 2-stop strategy, which may prove to be decisive in what result he gets in this race. Are the officials the same from Spa 98? Because modern days officials, these cars, they're just the best, so I don't see a reason why we'd ever need to red flag this sort of racing. We just see very little, but you know, the sheer epicness of these cars just makes it so that we don't really need to care about that stuff, basically. Kostov then still leading ahead of di Resta. It seems that outside of like their little bubbles between the cars, it seems that not many overtakes are happening. It seems like it's forming into a pack of 6, I think, for the lead of the race, as Gunnar Hansen has now fallen about 2 seconds off the rest of the field. Although if they continue to battle, I'd certainly see the driver from the Faroe Islands possibly closing in that gap. As now Kostov into the pits, as is di Resta, Rusikas, Wilson and Curtis are all into the box. That means that Lucas Moritz leads the way as we now head on to lap 7. It'll be interesting to see on the end of lap 6. That could be borderline 1-stop strategy for a lot of the drivers here today. Gunnar Hansen is going to be up to 2nd, Casey Kirk up to 3rd, Nathan Hazelwood is in 4th now after starting last place on the grid. He's now up into 4th position, so he's looking good for a good result today. Actually, I need to move. Oh. Sure that works. There we go. make sure you can actually see the minimap. It's a pretty small minimap. I think it'd increase in size if we went to a bigger track. So, the rest are over the barriers and into our house next lap. Everyone minus Soprapto and Esther have managed to keep it on the straight and narrow as they're Hansen up the inside of Lucas Moritz to try and take the lead here at Snake Pass. I've called it Snake Pass, it's the English Mini Prix. I know it's Highlands, but I've made it up basically. As side by side between the two leaders here across the line to begin lap 8. We're now at the halfway stage of this race as I think Nathan Hazelwood is into the box. Gunnar Hansen and Lucas Moritz still side by side though as they head through the first corner. Hello Edic Media, welcome in. Hope that your week has gone well so far. As there's been an incident further back. Paul di Resta, the former race leader, I think has had a spin at the last corner and he's going to lose a lot of time and a lot of places there. His teammate Kostov up in 5th place. Di Resta now on the fringes of the top 10. So this is not looking good for the one-time race winner so far this season. Paul di Resta as now Gunnar Hansen under pressure once again from Lucas Moritz. The two dueling for the lead of this race and it's allowing Casey Kirk to gain on the two leaders. So this could be the moment that the Northern Irishman needs. He's in the slipstream now, 4 tenths, maybe within 3 tenths of the race lead as they head through the second chicane. We'll see how this one plays out as we've gone to a camera where the cars aren't yet. There they are. Now Casey Kirk looking towards the inside of Gunnar Hansen and maybe up the inside of Lucas Moritz as well. Two-car battle turns into 3 as I think Moritz kind of hit the wall there. There's contact between the two. Hansen's trying to push Kirk into the wall, nearly there. He has forced him wide. Kirk's nearly hit the pit entry wall there. My word, that was close for the Northern Irishman. Maybe a bit of, certainly some interesting tactics there from Gunnar Hansen as he now enters the pit lane on the end of lap 8. Lucas Moritz, though, leads the way ahead of Casey Kirk and Justus Necherai is up to 3rd position. Tense stuff here in Snake Pass. In this rainy conditions. Yeah, it's pretty heavy rain, but I think we should be good to carry on with this session. As now Daniel Ferguson, I think, has actually come out behind Gunnar Hansen, who has, I think, overcut their teammate in the battle between the two Harrison Motorsport cars. Svetislav Kostov, though, 3 seconds ahead of the pair of them as Casey Kirk looks to try and keep up with Lucas Moritz. I think everyone but the top 3 has pit now. If that is the case, then Nathan Hazelwood's done a fantastic job. He's jumped a lot of cars in the pit stop phase as he started down in 20th. He's up to 8th place now. So he's had a fantastic beginning to this race, or the first half of this race I should say, as Franz Bernbach there overtaking Carlos Barton as they head through the chicane. The second chicane for the 9th time in this race. Bernbach in the streamline and Carlos Barton in the yellow Maxi Toys Racing. The 3 leaders into the box. Kirk, Necherai and Moritz all into the box. I think this should mean that Casey Kirk, Svetislav Kostov should be able to take the lead and has a golden opportunity to take his first victory of the season. Looking like a long stop there for Casey Kirk. Certainly not for Lucas Moritz, who's now out of the pit lane and is going to possibly rejoin around the podium places here. Between the two Harrison Motorsport cars, it seems to be behind Ferguson, ahead of... No, that's behind Hansen, ahead of Ferguson. So he has rejoined in 3rd. I give up. I'm leaving. Okay, Alex. Cool thing, bro. This track is set in a British village because I'm corner as a typical English roundabout that would cost council 750k. I've never heard such a true statement in my life. As now we look at Guido van der Garde, who's now battling with Jordi Gambit down in the battle for 14th position. So this has certainly not been the race to the remember for the Dutchman in the Mylink Motorsport car, as Tina Curtis has now dispatched of Nathan Hazelwood for 6th position. He's now half a second behind teammate Conor Rusikas. Will they be able to close in that 3.5 second gap in the next 5 laps before the end of the race? How will pit stops even work in this car? I'm guessing a quick fuel stop. Well, I've got the tyre wear and the fuel use turned up in such a way where they kind of have to take both, or they're going to start getting stuff like punctures and stuff like that. So I think pretty often they take both tyres and fuel, Horizon. is now down towards turn 1. There, the Scuderia Azzurro car, you can barely see it there through the spray, up the inside of the Harrison Motorsport car, and pick it up, flip it, change tyres, leave. Yeah, pretty accurate to be fair. Lucas Moritz putting Gunnar Hansen on the defensive there, over the curb, might lose a bit of momentum as now they head through turn 3, I think this is, and Lucas Moritz, the German, looking to try and take second place off Gunnar Hansen, who is in turn trying to close in onto Svetislav Kostov on into the lead of this race. Gap is now 2 seconds between the two race leaders. We'll see if Hansen can do anything about Svetislav Kostov. Might need the assistance of Moritz and Ferguson in a kind of a slipstream battle, or rather slipstream chain between the drivers. Maybe a bit of bump drafting to try and catch up to Svetislav Kostov, as he currently leads by 1.8 seconds, so he's losing time. He made a bit of a mistake there through the chicane in the last sector, as now Hansen and Moritz now battling for that second position, nearly in the wall there for the driver from the Faroe Islands, and now Moritz has that inside line into the final corner. Hansen's going to leave him the space, and they're now going to be side by side across the line to start lap 12. There's F1 Challenge Mod GP2 Series. I don't know what you mean by that, Edic, but we do indeed do GP2 Series as, oh, that's Iusus Nachara, the Ugandan driver, in the wall at the last corner. He's going to be out this race, and a massive shame for him and the Pacific Racing team, as now the sole Pacific in this race, Nathan Hazelwood, looks to fend off Josip Konarusikas. Yeah, we do GP2 around here on R Factor, using that very mod, the GP2 05 to 06 mod. That won't be this week though, as next stream will be on Sunday, where we'll do the 04 Monaco Grand Prix for Formula 1. So if you're interested in that one, be sure to check that one out by pressing the subscribe button. As Nathan Hazelwood there fending off Conor Rusikas, the Estonian, and the gap between the top two remains at 2 seconds. I think Jake Wilson's also getting involved in this battle for 5th position, and I think what was a 2-car battle for 5th has quickly turned into about a 7-car battle for 5th, as you can see all the cars that are quickly in hot pursuit of the points positions. Remember, it is top 12 that gets points in this series, with 15 points going to the race leader, as they're over the curb. I think that was Tina Curtis in the Team MasterCard car. I can't wait for Monaco. I predict a boring race. As Svetislav Kostov now only 1.2 seconds ahead of Gunnar Hansen, so the gap is quickly being closed in by the Faroe Islands driver. I don't know what you call someone from the Faroe Islands. Is it like a Faroan or something like that? A Faroish? A Faroe Islander? Maybe a Faroe Islander. That would probably make sense. As a Faroe That's interesting. I should figure that one out. Josip Konarusikas has now gotten past Faroese. Is it Faroese? I'll go with Faroese if that's the case. Nathan Hazelwood then ahead of Josip Konarusikas, as now they head through the chicane. Jake Wilson and also Paul di Resta, who made that mistake halfway through the race, as my nose is beginning to itch, which is brilliant, is in 8th place now, and he's looking to pick off some places before the end of this race. First on his agenda is Jake Wilson, as now they go side by side through the last corner. The Branson Virgin Racing might have little to do to defend the Flashpoint Grand Prix car of Paul di Resta, as now they head down the start-finish straight. 1:19.9 it is there for Paul di Resta. I don't know if that's the fastest lap or if Nathan Hazelwood still holds that record, but Jake Wilson holding on the inside towards turn 2, the roundabout corner, as now the battle for the lead has now been slashed to just 0.3 of a second. Gunnar Hansen has done brilliantly here to close in that gap, as Lucas Moritz has fallen away behind, as now Gunnar Hansen's going for it up the inside in towards the 90 right of turn 6, I think this is, and he's made the move. Will Kostov be able to hold the momentum round the outside, or will the Bulgarian lose out to Hansen's teammate Ferguson as well, as Moritz now in the slipstream once again? So this is looking like a 4-car battle for this race, as now Kostov is looking to try and score his first race win of the season. I think actually none of these drivers in the top 4 have won a race so far this season, so we are looking at 3 different race winners in the opening 3 rounds, as Ferguson has now got past Kostov. Kostov, though, holding him off as it currently stands round the outside at the final corner. Might be able to get in the slipstream of the other Harrison Motorsport car, Gunnar Hansen, as now they head onto the final lap of the race. Lap 15 out of 15. Gunnar Hansen leads Kostov just by a couple of tenths of a second. Ferguson 3rd, Lucas Moritz 4th. That's the battle for the lead right now, as Rusikas 9 seconds off the next car in front. Gunnar Hansen now towards the inside of the corner, defending that inside line from the Bulgarian of Svetoslav Kostov through turn 2. Turn 3 now. Kostov's trying to switch it towards the inside. Can't find his way through, but for now, in the slipstream now, this is probably a good overtaking opportunity now for Kostov as they head towards the final couple of corners. Turn 6 as they head through the chicane of 4 and 5. This is the turn 6 90-degree right-hander. Can he be able to make a move maybe into turn 9 after the chicane? This is the longest straight on the circuit, and he's got a brilliant exit out of that corner. He's gaining, and he's ahead through the chicane. Can Kostov now hold on, or will Hansen retaliate into the 90-degree right-hander? It seems that Kostov's lost some momentum outside of the slipstream, and Hansen's retaken the place in towards turn 9 now. Hansen with that inside line. There goes Moritz up the inside. He's got past Ferguson on this last lap. He might get past Kostov as well. And will he be able to have time to get up the inside of Gunnar Hansen as they head towards the final corner, round the final corner and up towards the line? It's going to be so close, but Gunnar Hansen is going to take victory here at Snake Pass, ahead of Moritz, ahead of Kostov, and ahead of Ferguson. A fantastic race there, as Rusikas should be able to hold on against Nathan Hazelwood, as Casey Kirk is in the wall at the last corner. Devastation for the Northern Irishman as he loses several places. Conor Rusikas is in 5th, ahead of last place. He started in last place, Nathan Hazelwood, finishes up in 6th, ahead of DeResta. Burnback with a good result as well from 19th on the grid. Justin Wilson, Jake Wilson, Tina Curtis, Guido van der Garde, and Jordi Gambin completing the points. We also saw Casey Kirk fall out the points at the very last corner of the very last lap, as Harry Bonara, Chen Kongfu, Peter Elkman, and Carlos Barton complete the order with 3 retirements. Ayuso Snacherai, Moreno Sobrapto, and Jakub Esta completing the order. Very cool stuff. As let me get up. Let me write these down now. That was some good racing right there, as we saw a first race win of their Ligier career for Gunnar Hansen in the Harrison Motorsport car. Good race as well overall for Harrison Motorsport, with Daniel Ferguson up in 4th. Hello, Keo and Nathan as well. Welcome in. Josep Konorusikas, Paul DeResta, Franz Bernbach, Jake Wilson, Tina Curtis. Second page is Guido van der Garde, Jordi Gambin, Casey Kirk, Harry Unara. Almost killed into the pit wall and ended up P13 at the end. Yeah, no points for you, unfortunately, Casey. Not a good race in general for the MyLink Motorsport crew, as Guido van der Garde with only a handful of points there. Chen Kongfu, Peter Elkman, Carlos Barton, Yusus Naturai, Moreno Soprapto, Jakub Esta. Fastest lap was Casey Kirk, got the fastest lap with a 1:18.9 in the MyLink Motorsport. So at least you have that going for you. No points, but at least you got a fastest lap. Move that actually to that side. How much do these cost to buy in real life? I think they cost not a lot, but not that cheap either. I think somewhere around, nowadays in real life, I think about £10,000. Something like that, I think, maybe. I can't remember. I looked absolutely ages ago. I would like to have one in real life. That would be very cool to have. Just go darting round in a Ligier JS8. Oh, we actually saw a dead heat across the line between Paul de Resta and Franz Bernbag, but Paul de Resta has been awarded the 7th place finish, despite... Oh, I've got that wrong. Oh, 8-6. Second page. 14. 8, 3, 5. 16.937. 18.508. JS4 went for, yeah. One was sold with a custom trailer. A custom trailer? That thing can haul things. It's 150 kilograms. How on earth is it hauling anything with a trailer on the back of it? 27.447. 34.826. That 10 DNF. That 1 DNF. That 0 DNF. A trailer for it to go on. Right, okay. Right, I see. Oh, Scuderia 0. Flashpoint Grand Prix. Harrison Motorsport. Team MasterCard. Pacific Racing. Flashpoint Grand Prix. Streamline Engineering. Branson Virgin Racing. Team MasterCard. MyLink. I think it's Campos. Yes, it's Campos. Campos. MyLink. Branson. Scuderia. Campos. Maxi Toys. Pacific. Streamline. And Maxi Toys again. Right, championship standings. See what that looks like. Move that there. Right. Right, so Kostov. This is going to be a bit difficult to find everyone. Kostov was 3rd. Wait, who got pole again? Is it Paul de Resta? Right, okay. Give Paul de Resta pole then. You got 7th. And it was Casey Kirk with fastest lap, 13th. Gunnar Hansen wins, takes the championship lead as well. Where is race 4? Just writing the results down so I can show you up-to-date championship standings and then we can just, yeah. It's a lot easier to figure out this way, basically. Daniel Ferguson 4th with Jordi Gambin. Where's Jordi Gambin? 12th. Franz Bernbach was 8th. Moreno Soprato was out. Carlos Barton was 17th. Jake Wilson was 9th. Yes. 9th. Tina was 10th. Chen Kongfu was down the order, 15th for the Chinese man. Jago Pesta out. Peter Elkman 16th. Josep Konarusikas was in fairly high up, wasn't he? Yeah, 5th place. So that's his first points of the series. Yusuf Nacharai was out, and Harry Bunara was down the order, I think. Yeah, 14th for him. And so there is your championship standings. Just Drivers' Championship looks like that. Gunnar Hansen now leads the way ahead of Svetoslav Kostov. Oh, let me get my face out the way. Yeah, so Gunnar Hansen leads ahead of Svetoslav Kostov. Lucas Moritz, with that second place, now moves up to third place, ahead of Nathan Hazelwood, Paul de Resta, Daniel Ferguson, and the rest you can see there. Justus Nacharai and Hani Bonara, the only drivers yet to score. Let me fill in the constructors as well while I'm here. 3 and 7 with the fastest lap. Harrison Motorsport was 4th first. MyLink was 11th. No, that's 13th first, then 11th. Screw Azuro was 2nd and 15th. Streamline Engineering was 8th and DNF. Pacific was DNF and 6th. Campos 12th and 16th. Maxi Toys was DNF and 17th. Branson 9th and 14th. MasterCard were 5th and 10th. I hate the fact that online Excel you can't sort merge cells. It's so annoying. Gotta do it like this. If I had a 35,000 budget, what would I buy? I would buy a Ligier JS8. I unironically would. That'd be pretty cool. Then I would also buy a, I don't know, a regular car, I suppose. Like a Honda Acti. Yeah, sure. Right, race over then. As now, I didn't actually show the constructors properly. Harrison Motorsport now leads the constructors ahead of Flashpoint Grand Prix by 5 points. Scooter is in third. MyLink, Pacific, Streamline, MasterCard, Campos, Branson, and Maxi Toys Racing. Next track is the Norris Ring. Right, so let me get that up now. 12. I'll change that to clear. Germany. Oh yeah, Daihatsu Midget 2 as well. Yeah, give me one of them. There it is. Right. There we go. Next round, 4th round of the season. We have got the Norris Ring in Germany for the German Mini Prix. Carlos Barton, the first one out on circuit. This also played round to the first German Mini Prix in online as well, because we had a mini league where we did this like fun league that we did this online, and that race went very well, especially for one certain Wood Thomas 14 where he took everyone out except me, and I won. I haven't done that in a while because, yeah, I need to port forward because I was the one who hosted the lobbies. I need to port forward and I just couldn't be bothered to, basically, after a break I needed to do. Motorbike Engineer JS8 when? Well, this is the modded version of this car. This car is not normally this fast. It's been engine swapped with a Ford Escort Mark 1, I think. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Flandre, welcome in. Your AI had a pretty good race. While your teammate won, you finished in 4th place. So, good result from you so far this season. We are here now in Germany, though, for the 4th round of 10. This is also the 2nd round that we're doing today out of 5. So, plenty more racing action for us to witness today, as now Carlos Barton begins his hot lap. We'll watch on board with the Briton heading towards turn 1, a long run. You want to slipstream most likely as you head towards the first corner. A long time to pick out your braking zone. You'll probably want to brake around the 30 to 40 mark at that point of the lap. Want to brake on the apex and then hold it out wide, gain as much momentum as you physically can for the next corner, which is turn 2 into a 90-degree right-hander. And yeah, like again, you've got to take as much of the outside as you can, flick it in, carry as much speed, but not too much speed, so you can set yourself up nicely for this left-hander in what is a nice little chicane in these cars. And it seems like a good exit. You can take as much as that like pavement as you can on the outside. Works essentially as a curb, doesn't really slow the car down, so you can use as much as you can. Now hold it towards the inside here. You probably want to stay on the right hand side of the road, unlike Carlos is doing, so you can get as much of a run through the corner, make it as wide as you physically can, and keep as much momentum as you now clip the inside wall, obviously not hitting it, and then holding it around towards the outside, and then getting over to the left so you can reduce that track distance as much as you physically can, but not too much that you track extend. And now up towards the line. It feels like forever you're waiting for the line to come as he now makes his way up towards the line, and it'll be a 1 minute 30 40 1 minute 40.3 as the benchmark for all the drivers out there. It's Moreno Soprato, next driver across the line in the streamline, and I think he had some slipstream to share with another driver, and as such he is now on pole position by a whole second, as Chen Kongfu now goes to the top of the times, just ahead of Nathan Hazelwood. I think those two shared slipstream with one another as well. Harry Bonara, one of the 2 drivers to not score points so far this season. He's been on his own on this qualifying lap, and as such, not looking like a competitive lap time from him. And it won't be. He'll be, what, over 2 seconds off. Oh, and that's Chen Kongfu that's been spun around there by Nathan Hazelwood, who were possibly on another lap, as now it's a Scuderia Azzurro 1-2, as Lucas Moritz now heads the times at the top of the table. Peter Elkman next across the line. He will go to 9th position. Gunnar Hansen, not looking like a good lap from the Faroese, and up towards the line, 7th place. What about the other Harrison Motorsport car across the line? For Daniel Ferguson, it's only 9th place. Franz Bernbach to 7th. Jake Wilson to 5th. What about Naturai? He's been with Slipstream with the streamline of Moreno Soprato, I think that is. No, that's Paul de Resta, sorry, in the flashpoint. Those 2 cars look very similar in sunny conditions. And now Paul de Resta goes to the top of the times. That's 7 places ahead of Guido van der Gaard, who's just gone 9th. And has been outqualified by his teammate Casey Kirk by 0.5 of a second. Just 3 cars now to complete their lap times, including these 2 right here, Svetislav Kostov and Jago Pesta. Esta picking up a bit of a slipstream from the Bulgarian, as now they make their way up towards the line, and it'll be a 1 minute 41.9. A horrible lap there from Svetislav Kostov, who took a what did he get? Was it 3rd place in the English Mini Prix, I think it was. Slightly faster, though, than Jordi Gambin, who goes slowest of all and 4 seconds off the pace. You can clearly see 4 seconds on this simple of a track. It just shows you how much the slipstream means on this track. As now Lucas Moritz and one of the MasterCard cars will come across the line. Tina Curtis, front row start for right now, as now the checkered flag has fallen, so those currently on a lap will have to complete it, and that will be their qualifying session over. Jake Wilson will make his way towards the line in the Branson Virgin Racing. and he is currently up in 6th place, looking like a good qualifying for him so far. And if he improves by more than 2/10, then he could be in the top 5. He does improve to the front 2 rows. 4th place then for Jake Wilson, as Guido van der Garde and Casey Kirk, the 2 Mile Link Motorsport, not quite improving as much as they would have wanted to as they make their way up towards the line. Justus Naturai in the 2nd Pacific now makes his way up towards 9th place. Guido van der Garde now down to 11th, up to 9th place, but will he be outqualified by his teammate Casey Kirk, who is now up towards the line and does not get outqualified by him. He's down in 11th place, so fairly midfield territory for both Mile Link Motorsport cars, as now Jago Pesta, who has had a fairly poor start to the season. Oh yeah, I remember when we did Cadwell Park hide and seek in these cars. Jago Pesta with an improvement, 12th place for him now, as now Harry Bonara, as well as the 2 drivers at the top of the timing sheets as of right now, are yet to cross the line. I think Moritz is into the pits, so it's just going to be whether Bonara or Curtis could possibly strip Moritz of his pole position here at the Norris Ring. It would be a home mini-pre pole position as well. Bonara 17th, Curtis up towards the line, and it will not be an improvement, which means it's Lucas Moritz at home taking pole position ahead of Tina Curtis on the front row. So now let me pull up that. Yeah, most definitely. But we did see in the last race, at least, with Nathan Hazelwood and Franz Bernbach. Nathan Hazelwood went from, what, 20th to 6th? And Franz Bernbach went from 19th to 8th. So if you have a strong pit stop, you should be always on course for a good result. Paul de Resta, Jake Wilson, Cheng Kung Fu, Nathan Hazelwood, Moreno, So Rapto, Franz Bernbach. Yeah, you can definitely last a first yourself in these. I wish I could race against the AI in these, but of course, being a Assetto Corsa AI, they could race each other well, but they can't race the player all too well. And it's because I've played this car way too much for my own good, then I'm a bit too good for the AI, unfortunately. Josep Conrosikas, Gunnar Hansen, championship leader Gunnar Hansen down in 14th place, by the way. So not a good start, like Flandre said, for either of the Harrison Motorsport cars. Elkman, especially not for Svetislav Kostov either, down in 19th position. Hopefully, the game will actually let me jump the start. Is my control even turned on? If that works. Surprised not pulled any strings to get your team Harrison Motorsport on pole, but then again, that's yeah. I think we did win the Constructors' Championship though last season. It's pretty much randomized, like how good. But for the custom drivers, it's randomized to within a point of how good their starting performance will be, and obviously that goes for the same for the teams as well. It's not exactly equal, but it's pretty much the same. It's within about 10 kilos of ballast, I think, the whole grid. But obviously, with how strong the slipstream is, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Five, 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 6, 2, 4, 2, 7, 9, 2, 7, 6, 9. Actually saw the exact same lap time set between Hansen and Barton. Must be the most average driver on the grid then. It does seem so, yeah, Casey. 795, 3.133, 3.143, 3.485, and 4.176. Is it Formula One this weekend? Is it Japan this weekend? I'm not exactly. Or is it next week? I don't actually remember. No, it's not this week. Okay. Let's go. Then again, it gives me a good excuse to wake up early in the morning, which I don't like getting up late. I feel like I've wasted the day. I don't know if anyone else gets that. Then again, I'm not very good at keeping my word and then just wake up late anyway. Today I did not wake up early at all. Slept in for no apparent reason. It's on the 29th. Ah, okay. And 6 o'clock is not that early to get up anyway. It's not overwhelmingly early for a F1 race. I think Maxitoys Racing. To be fair though, if I was paying to watch it, I most certainly would be getting up. Because it costs way too much to be wasting watching it live. But I do not have a subscription to Sky Sports. I'm not going to say what I have a subscription to because I do not want to have this put against me. Anyway, Campos Racing Team Flashpoint. I put Camps. God damn it. Campos Racing Team. Copy, paste. Okay, let's go racing. Can I actually jump the start? Yes, I can. There we go. Right, we're ready to go. The lights are green, there's racing to be seen here at the Norris Ring, and it's a good start from Lucas Moritz as he heads down towards turn 1. However, Tina Curtis and Paul di Resta will be certainly looking to pull a bit of a slipstream effect down towards the first corner. Tina Curtis making it work as they now head towards the outside of the first corner. Lucas Moritz is going to be able to hold that one off, I think, unless Tina Curtis can hold it right round the outside or possibly get the switch back. Now as they head towards the... I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. You can hear the game now. Well done, mate. As now Lucas Moritz now leads the way ahead of Tina Curtis by 0.6 of a second. It's been a fantastic start for the German at his home Mini Prix. Chen Kongfu also making it a fantastic start for the Scuderia Azzurro team as they lead this race 1 and 3. Paul di Resta looking for a good race after having a mistake in the last round in Snake Pass. He's up in 4th place ahead of Franz Birnbach, who's just overtaken Nathan Hazelwood through the chicane of turns 2 and 3. Now heading up towards what is the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. We'll see what Tina Curtis is capable of doing. Once again, looking towards the outside of the corner is the Team MasterCard driver. Will they be able to hold it round the outside of Lucas Moritz, or will she be able to get a potential switchback, or will Chen Kongfu get the better of the both of them? It seems that he's got the better of Tina Curtis for 2nd place, maybe even his teammate for the lead of this race. It's currently a Scuderia Azzurro 1-2 as we head towards the line for the first of 12 laps in this race. Chen Kongfu then pulling alongside his teammate. Tina Curtis pulling alongside the pair of them. It's 3 wide as they head across the line. A fantastic sight there as now Tina Curtis takes the lead and the 2 Scuderia Azzurro cars nearly making contact as they head towards the first corner once again. Paul di Resta also looking to possibly try and challenge the 3 of them in towards turn 1. Could it be 4 wide into the first corner? Not quite, but the 2 Scuderia Azzurro cars collide and Chen Kongfu's taken the lead. Tina Curtis massively caught out by Paul di Resta there as he sived up the inside of the Irish woman and now is up into 3rd place in the slipstream of Lucas Moritz for 2nd place. Chen Kongfu though leads the way 0.6 ahead of the rest of the field as Svetoslav Kostov, not a good start from him at all. He's down into last place.
So we'll see if the two Scuderia Azzurro cars can work well together here to try and build out a gap ahead of the rest of the field. As it currently stands, Chen Kongfu's looking like he's going to do it all himself. 8 tenths is the gap now to Lucas Moritz, who is now in the slipstream and picking up time. 10th after 10th after 10th after 10th for the German, and he's gaining on his teammates in towards the next corner. What was 8 tenths is absolutely nothing as they head in towards turn 5, I think this is, and out of the corner it's Lucas Moritz that has retaken the lead here at the Norris Ring. 2 laps down out of 12, and it could be anyone's guess who is going to take victory here today. Paul di Resta also in the slipstream as Tina Curtis has fallen back, possibly into the clutches of Nathan Hazelwood and Franz Birnbach in the battle for 4th position in this race. But Chen Kongfu trying to hold on to what could possibly be second place, but is in turn overtaking his teammate for the lead of the race. Kind of cut off Paul di Resta there as now they head onto the 3rd lap of this race. Fastest lap of the race for Conor Rusicus, who's down in 10th position, possibly in the slipstream of another car. Up the inside though for Chen Kongfu, who is now in the lead of this race, or remains in the lead as he were into the braking zone. Tina Curtis though getting ahead once again of Paul di Resta for 3rd. I love how versatile this track is, even though it's so basic. Like, you could pretty much run anything on it and it'd pretty much always be entertaining. To a degree. Probably not Formula 1. Maybe like something like F3000 would be good around here. I don't know if they used to go around here in like the 80s or something like that. But the two Scuderia Azzurro cars now battling for the lead of this race. Chen Kongfu and Moritz, basically a dead heat between the two of them as they head towards the braking zone of turn 5 for the 3rd time in this race. Will Kongfu be able to look towards the inside and gain that place ahead of Moritz at his home Mini Prix? Or will Moritz be able to get the switch back on his teammate, possibly hold it round the outside? He's going to try, and towards the line now on the start of lap 4, it's going to be Chen Kongfu that leads, as Casey Kirk there, I think, has just made a mistake down at the hairpin. He's down to 15th place now, battling with Peter Elkman, who's also at his home Mini Prix. It seems that no one so far has been dropped by the leaders completely, as everyone is within about a second or so of the car in front. It seems that everyone is pretty much still in it to win it as it currently stands. Imagine a track like Daytona. Would be interesting to see, although I don't feel like you're going to see much different racing to a probably smaller oval. As there's contact between Curtis and di Resta in the battle for 3rd position. I think di Resta didn't see Curtis in his blind spot there, and as such the Irishwoman has now retaken that 3rd place. Could possibly try and challenge Kongfu into the next corner, but I think that contact has also ruined both the momentums into the next corner, that being di Resta and Curtis, and di Resta retaking the lead. Curtis pretty much leaving the door open entirely there for di Resta to retake, and the two now side by side as they head through turns 3 and 4. Yeah, I feel like Daytona would be a bit overkill. I feel like something like Bristol, which is a lot smaller of an oval, would be a lot better well, it is a lot better for something like this. As now we head towards the turn 5, as there's contact between Moritz and Kongfu. Could there possibly be damage on the German's car? Not entirely sure, but he's now going to fall under pressure from not only Tina Curtis but also Paul di Resta in that battle for 2nd position. Chen Kongfu into the pits already on the end of lap 3. So Chen Kongfu on the end of lap 3 into the pits already. There's a number of cars into the pits. No, this is the end of lap 4, sorry. End of lap 4, and a lot of cars are into the box. A lot of the front runners as well as a lot of the back markers. That means that the midfielders, such as Nathan Hazelwood, now find themselves onto the podium, with Guido van der Gaard quickly in tow. Jake Wilson up in 5th with Moreno Soprapto, Conor Rusicus, Casey Kirk and Carlos Barton in the top 9. Svetoslav Kostov has now made his way from last to 10th place, maybe down to 12th, as I think there's been a bit of contact. 3 wide for the lead of this race. Curtis, Moritz, Hazelwood all battling for the race lead here at the Pacific. The Azzurro and the MasterCard teams battling hammer and tongue for the lead of this race, with what's that, a MyLink Motorsport car, a Branson Virgin Racing and a streamline in the top 6. So it's 6 different constructors in the top 6 here. This is going to be absolute... It could be anyone's guess, really, who's going to take this victory. And we'll see if anyone else is going to be into the pits at the end of this lap. Justus Natural, I think, has just been into the pits and has rejoined down in last place. Championship leader Hansen down in 18th. So this is not looking absolutely brilliant for... just had a decent bit in GP2 Monza, tried diving for a boot parabolica, got launched up by the suspension, no likely. Yeah, well done, Jeffrey. This is why you do not dive bomb someone into parabolica. It is such a horrible idea and such a terrifying corner to do it at. Anyway, Moritz is now in the lead. Hazelwood is now in second, as there's contact there between Ferguson and Kostov for 11th place. They're battling with Jordi Gambin, who I think is going to be into the box at the end of this lap. I think Ferguson is also going to be in, so it's not been a good start for the Harrison Motorsport cars, though I think both of them are going to be now shuffled towards the back of this race, as Elkman has now overtaken the Faroese Championship leader. Moritz, though, side by side with Hazelwood as they now make their way towards the first corner here on lap 6. We're nearly halfway through this race already. How time flies. Tina Curtis looking to defend from Guido van der Garde as they head towards the first corner. Van der Garde, though, in the Miley Motorsport, will be able to hold it around the outside. I think he's gone a bit too wide there to make any form of move work. On the exit of the corner, though, he's pulled off much better momentum out the corner and may be able to pull alongside and ahead of Tina Curtis. Is planning to do so. Side by side, it's a dead heat between the two of Curtis and Guido van der Garde. Side by side and ahead pulls Guido van der Garde to take third place in this race. Nathan Hazelwood, though, is in the lead ahead of Lucas Moritz. So this has been a fantastic start then for the Pacific Racing driver, as he now leads the way by a couple of tenths ahead of Moritz. In the slipstream, though, is Guido van der Garde. Moritz is not in the slipstream, so he's just losing time 10th after 10th. Not being in the slipstream, I think he's realised that might pull in the slipstream. He's pulling pretty much ahead into the braking zone here. He will pull ahead as they now make their way through the last corner. Van der Garde with a heavy on the brakes there very late on, and he nearly made contact there with Hazelwood, and I think he's going to be into the box at the end of this lap. So he's going to be into the box, as well as a number of other cars. Curtis, Saprazzo, Kirk and Barton all into the box. Kostov also is going to be, I think he's going to be staying out. I don't know if he's made a pit stop yet, but it's now the two leaders of Moritz and Hazelwood now battling for victory, as Hazelwood now leads us across the line to start lap 7. Further back, we're seeing the leaders of the pits. The pitters so far in this race, that's De Resta and Bernbach now battling over 9th place. They'll quickly shuffle their way up the order as the two now see a lot of the other drivers out of the pit lane. It could actually be close between Curtis and Van der Garde, who's actually got a much better pit exit there. It's actually overtaken Tina Curtis out of the pits. Don't worry about the Assetto Corsa thing. There's no contact in the pit lane, so that's why Van der Garde's just driven through Curtis quite literally, as now Moritz takes the lead of the race. I think there's been a bit of an incident down at the first corner. It might just be the fact there's a bit of a traffic jam going on. Bernbach getting ahead of De Resta is now in the slipstream, or will at least try to, unless De Resta is going to force him out wide there. As they're still concentrating up. Can I hire a new pit crew? You are down in 18th place as of right now, as Ferguson and Benara have just been battling that hard that somehow they've managed to lose the rest of the field. So it's not looking likely that either one of those two is going to be getting a good result here today. De Resta, though, trying to get past Curtis, probably trying to get past Guido van der Garde as well, who seems to have gotten a overcut jump on the rest of the field who pitted earlier, as now De Resta not looking like he's going to be messing about here today, looking towards the inside of Curtis, nearly making contact there with the Irishwoman, as there Van der Garde being forced wide by Paul De Resta. The two race winners in the first two rounds now battling it out for P5 in this race, but could be even higher, as now Kostov and Moritz are both into the box. That means Hazelwood now leads the race by a comfortable margin as the only driver yet to stop in this race, as he's now on lap 8. De Resta, though, in the slipstream, moving ahead of Van der Garde and moving ahead of Curtis, side by side and ahead. It's 3 wide in the battle for second position in this race, and I think Van der Garde may be able to actually pull ahead of the pair of them. So side by side as they head in towards the first corner, a long run into the first corner. Who will come out on top? There's contact between not only Curtis and De Resta. I think there was nearly contact between Curtis and Van der Garde as well. De Resta's lost out there massively. He's dropped back by about 1.5 seconds there, as now Curtis and Van der Garde do battle for the second position in this race. Kirk has gotten past Kostov, meanwhile, for 17th place, as drivers such as Jago Pester and Franz Bernbach will probably be watching this battle, thinking that they can possibly have a piece of this podium. Hazelwood, meanwhile, has a 22-second lead at the head of the field. He's yet to stop in this race. I imagine he'll be into the box fairly shortly. He's going to be into the box at the end of this lap. We'll see if the overcut has worked for the Briton here in the Pacific. Oh, he's crashed into the pit entry! The race leader is in the pits, and he's crashed! Oh my goodness me! He's ruined any chance of a potential race victory. Most certainly, the Briton has fumbled the bag, almost certainly trying to take as much speed as he could into the pit lane, and Nathan Hazelwood, he's been able to carry on, but he's crashed on pit entry. Unbelievable scenes here, as now Tina Curtis is almost certainly going to take the lead, or will it be Guido van der Garde to lead us across the line to start lap 9? Oh yeah, Nathan Hazelwood's almost certainly ruined any chance of him scoring a victory here today. It's Curtis leading us down towards turn 1, or will it be De Resta, who's got a fantastic run? Bernbach's also looking to get involved for the race lead. It could be 4 wide as we head into the braking zone. It is 4 wide, and Bernbach's going to get the pair of them, or all 3 of them rather, as braking late. That's Paul De Resta making contact there with Tina Curtis. Bernbach forced wide by Guido van der Garde, falls back down to 4th after briefly taking the lead of the race. That's unbelievable from Nathan Hazelwood. He had a great chance of scoring a fantastic result, and he's rejoined down in 17th. Absolutely abysmal there for the Briton, and it's unlikely now that he will score any points in this race after what was a brilliant recovery drive in the last round in the English Mini-Prix. De Resta versus Curtis, then it's looked like it's going to be here on lap 9 for the race lead, as Van der Garde has managed to lose quite a bit of time to the cars in front. 1.4 seconds is the gap now. He might fall out of slipstream range, but actually he's actually pulling within 8 tenths, maybe within 5 tenths as he heads now into the braking zone. So he's managed to somehow claw himself back into the slipstream. I have got the range that you can pick up slipstream. I've got it a lot higher than what is normal in Assetto Corsa. As now Paul De Resta into the box. Paul De Resta is into the pits. He's doing a 2-stop. Curtis is doing a 2-stop. Van der Garde is now taking the lead of the race. So some drivers are in for a 2-stop. Unbelievable. They can't get their it has to be their fuel, because I imagine it's not much tyre wear around this track. There's very little corners, so the high speed Norris ring is certainly proving too much on the small fuel tanks of the Ligier JS8. So those that pitted earlier to try and get the undercut have massively underfueled to the point where they're needing to make a second stop. This messes up drivers such as Tina Curtis, who was in the lead of this race. It's now been gifted to Guido van der Garde, who takes the lead of the race. Lucas Moritz. Tyre wear in these cars. You can get tyre wear in these cars. You can, because I've got the tyre wear turned all the way up. As now Van der Garde now has to fend off Lucas Moritz, who was on pole position, fell down quite far into the midfield, but through the strategy has been able to keep it cool, calm and collected, and has now passed Conor Rusikas for second position, can now come and challenge Guido van der Garde for the lead of this race. 2 tenths becomes 1 tenth, becomes possibly 0 tenths as he heads now towards turn 5. Conor Rusikas makes it 3 wide into the braking zone. There's going to be contact between the MasterCard and the MyLink Motorsport car as they head towards the turn 5 braking zone. 3 wide. Oh, and Moritz has tagged round Van der Garde. Van der Garde has managed to turn in front of the German, and that's allowing Moreno Soprapto to take second place. Conor Rusicus, meanwhile, is running away with it. He leads by 4 seconds, and Vandegaard's out the race. His suspension is ruined from that contact with Lucas Moritz. He turned in across, and he is going to be out of this race. The first retirement here at the Norris Ring. Unbelievable scenes as Elkman is into the pits, Natcherai into the pits, Barton up to the podium places after starting absolutely nowhere in this race. He's now putting the Indonesian of Moreno Soprapto under pressure for second position in this race. Lucas Moritz has fallen down to fourth and could take second place, but it's more than likely that Conor Rusicus will take a victory here and make it 4 race victors in the opening 4 rounds. Barton towards the outside of Soprapto, the Indonesian fending that one off for now, but Barton is now possibly on course for a first podium for Maxi Toys Racing in this series. Casey Kirk, meanwhile, is up to 6th position thanks to all the pit stops that's happened around him. Paul di Resta's down to 11th. Nathan Hazelwood somehow managed to make his way up to 9th place now as Barton takes 2nd place in the race. Can the 2nd and 3rd place men in this race close up to Josip Conor Rusicus, or is it too little too late? Bear in mind, this is the penultimate lap of the race, and there's a 3-second gap for those to clear close up to the lead of this race. So it could be an easy win for Conor Rusicus if he can just hold on for 1 more lap plus 2 more corners. As there Moritz looking towards the inside of Soprapto, can't find his way through, and there Soprapto up the inside of Barton as they head onto the final lap of the race. My word, what an incident-packed race this has been, from Nathan Hazelwood crashing in the pit entry, and now Vandegaard and Moritz making contact, Vandegaard retiring from the race, and now up towards the line to begin the final lap. It could be Conor Rusicus, but he is losing a lot of time now to Moreno Soprapto. 39.2 for the Indonesian. He's gained 1.7 seconds on that lap, and with the gap at 1.5, he could have a chance of potentially taking the victory. He's got in the slipstream now towards the first corner, and this could not be so easy as we thought for Conor Rusicus. The Estonian will probably now be under pressure from not only Soprapto, but also Barton, who's taken 2nd place. This could be a very, very close finish for this race, as now Barton closes to within a second of the race lead in the Maxi Toys Racing car. Will he be able to find a chance to get through? Probably the only proper braking opportunity that he has is into the braking zone of turn 5. But will Conor Rusicus be able to hold on for his first race victory and Team Mastercard's first victory of this Ligier series, or will it be Barton taking his first victory in the series, and as well as Maxi Toys's? It's anyone's guess, but he's pulling ahead before he's even reached the braking zone towards the inside. Barton's taken the lead, but will he fall under pressure towards the inside now? The Estonian of Conor Rusicus. It's side by side. Conor Rusicus forces Barton wide there, and towards the last corner now. Who will get the advantage in the slipstream now for Barton? This could be anyone's guess. 4/10, 3/10. Could it get any closer? As I think someone's into the pits there. It's Jake Wilson into the pits. It's going to be close, so close between the 2 leaders. 2/10, 1/10 between the race leaders. Up towards the line. Who's it going to be? Up towards the line. It's Conor Rusicus taking victory. That was so close for victory. My word. Barton very nearly taking his first ever Ligier Championship victory, but he claims a 2nd place. Moreno Soprapto with his first podium finish in Ligier Championship. With Moritz in 4th, Kirk in 5th, Kostov 6th, Gambin, Hazelwood, di Resta, Curtis and Benara. Esther completing the points. I think Jake Wilson, though, I don't know what happened to him. He pitted on the last lap. Unbelievable scenes here at the Norris Ring, as I think actually Conor Rusicus has just spun on the first corner. 7 thousandths of a second. Could it get any closer than that? Oh my god, 7 thousandths of a second for the finish. It's literally a photo finish. Could not get any closer than that. My word. Oh my god. Right. Let's write these results in then. 7 thousandths. That's smaller than the pole gap. Wow. Okay. Absolutely insane scenes. This is why we love Ligier. This is what Ligier is all about. This is what it's all about. Harry Bunara. Oh wait, hang on. Why is that not working now? I like how the music's just broken. Oh, because it's apparently finished. Oops. Oh, no, that's... no, not that one. That one. There we go. Gagoop Esta. Franz Bernbach misses out on points. Chang Kung Fu. Jake Wilson. Well done, mate, for pitting on the last lap. Gunnar Hansen, championship leader. Might not be anymore after this race. Peter Elkman, Daniel Ferguson, and Yedo van der Gaard. The only retirement from the race. Fastest lap of the race. Svetislav Kostov. Okay. Svetislav Kostov. Flash point. 1:37.165. That's quite a bit faster than the pole time, wasn't it? Yeah, 4/10 faster. You can see how much the slipstream makes a difference in this series. As yeah, Kostov with the fastest lap of the race. To be fair though, there's not really much difference between race setup and a qualifying setup. There's only 15 liters of fuel that you can actually put in the car, so 7 thousandths of a second. My word. I'll also put in all the once the stream has ended. I'll put all these results into the Discord, which if you haven't already joined and you're interested in joining, be sure to check out the Discord. Pretty cool stuff happens there. I'm also going to get on point, right? I haven't done my shirt. I haven't put any posts in my shirt collection yet. I need to do that at some point. So, yeah, certainly need to get that done at some point. It's getting quite warm in here as well, so I think I'm gonna open the door, let some air in. It's very warm. It's also 9 thousandths of a second between Duresta and Curtis for the battle for 10th. It's a lot more cool outside this room. I can already feel the draft coming in. It's great. Any early season predictions for anyone? Actually, I'll put in the championship standings, and then you can make your predictions on who do you think will be winning this championship in Ligier. Honestly, I could not guess, to be honest. It is absolutely bonkers. It's a lot less predictable than what it was last season. I think we saw Rose Beckstrom take quite a number of wins early on in the season. Kind of had a late season wobble, but just about held on for the championship. Who have I missed out here? 288, 094, 288, 873. $19.873, 38.514, 9 DNF, Team Mastercard, Maxi Toys Racing, Streamline Engineering, Scuderia Zero. By the way, for those that have may have just joined, we are far from finished yet this stream. We've got 3 more races to come yet, and so if you're excited to watch those, be sure to not go anywhere and keep an eye out as we'll get the next race underway once I've finished filling in the spreadsheet. Maxi Toys, Streamline, Branson. You're not a Branson. You're not a Branson. You're a fraud. Get out. Harrison, Pacific, Alcantara Campos, Harrison, MyLink. Kostov was fairly far out the order, wasn't he? 6th place with the fastest lap. So he now moves, I think, to the championship lead. Or maybe Lucas Moritz. Oh my days, it's close now in terms of the championship. Just 2 points separating the top 3. As Hazelwood was 8th. Who got pole again? It was Moritz, wasn't it? Yeah. DeResta 9th. Daniel Ferguson was 19th. Vandergaard was out. Back was 13th. No points for him. Gambin was in the points, seems. Yes, he was 7th place for him. Scored in every single race so far this season, so a good start to the season for him. Good consistent start. 15th for Wilson. Curtis 10th. Conor Rusicus with a win. Moreno Soprapta with a podium. Barton with a 2nd. So the drivers 12th, 13th and 14th in the standings just cleared out the podium there. And the driver in 15th completed the top 5. So unpredictable race to say the least there. Chen Kung-fu was 14th. After all that, he was leading at like such a big part of that race and just fell off. Amazing. Naturai was 17th. Bernarda was 11th. So we're now down to just one driver left to score points this season. Championship standings look like this. Kostov retakes the lead despite not winning a race yet. After 4 rounds, leads the championship after a non-points finish for Gunnar Hansen. I need to turn down my brightness, I think. Turn on the contrast, actually. Not actually doing anything. What if I do that? Oh, it's not the contrast, is it? It's the saturation. Oh! No! 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 R.I.P. Jaden64. R.I.P. Jaden Harrison Racing. He will be missed. Oh, that's too much. He's dead! Can't believe it, he's dead. That should be better. Present chap at Jaden Harrison Racing. He's dead. Unbelievable scenes. He died just at the sight of a 7,000th of a second gap between the 2 race leaders at one random Ligier race at the Norris Ring. I think Flashpoint Grand Prix now take the lead once again in the Constructors after a pretty appalling race from Harrison Motorsport. Oh, Nathan Hazelwood scored in every race as well so far this season. As has Lucas Moritz. As has Svetoslav Kostov. So I'm just making stuff up, basically. It's great. Where are we? Franz Birnbach was 13th. Why is that? There we go. 3rd. Yes. Team MasterCard was a win and a 10th. Yeah. Seven, 18, 11. No, it's not 11. It's 15, 11. Maxi Toys Racing with a 12th and a 2nd. Championship standings. Just checking what the volume was for music. I think it's fine. 17, 12, 21. Okie dokie. Championship standings. Flashpoint Grand Prix lead ahead of Harrison, Scuderia Azzurro, Team MasterCard, Streamline, MyLink, Pacific, Maxi Toys, Campos, Branson Virgin Racing. Very cool stuff. Oh yeah, I need the next track, don't I? Cheers, Acapone! Hooray! Change back to the Assetto Corsa one so I don't forget. Turn that off. Italy, Acapone Club. It is 14 laps. Alright, bro. Okay, should be up now. There we go. Once again, 6-minute qualifying. You know the drill. 6-minute qualifying, 25-kilometer race. And we're on course for a 3rd race weekend of the stream. Get in there. First one out on track is Tina Curtis. Jago Pesta is out there in 2nd. This track's very bright, I've realised that. Very bright indeed. I believe this... Dear me. I believe, like the Highlands track, this is a fantasy track, but is not a track in the base game, so yeah. The track Acapone, right, Acapone sounds Italian. It does not sound Japanese at all in my mind. Like, this sounds like an Italian track. I'm going with it. It also feels like an Italian track to me. Ooh, Jago Pesta there, trying to get the exit out of, or rather the inside of the final corner there on Tina Curtis. For some reason they're racing as they now begin their lap. There's a weird strand of grass. It's not Japanese either? Is it not? I thought it was, to be honest. Oh, Casey Kirk is going slow. Oh, through the final corner, yeah. AC just says NA. Fair. I just assumed it was Japanese because of the Autobucks sponsorship. As these two are now battling very hard on their first lap. The holy blade of grass. Yeah, I don't know why that happens sometimes. It just does. Assetto Corsa things, am I right? Yeah, it's definitely Japanese because it's got Yokohama tires as well. Like all the sponsors around here, apart from the random Audi Sport sponsorship, is just Japanese. So I think it's supposed to be Japanese, but yeah. Looks Italian, sounds Italian, feels Italian, is Italian in my mind. So they're cutting over the curbs, and yeah, I think Tina Curtis is not going to be as fast as Jago Pesta because Jago's been able to pretty much close up the 6/10 gap or whatever it was over this lap. Across the line though for Teenage, going to be the first one to set a lap time. And it's not going to be as fast as Jago Pesta by 0.2 of a second. It looks like a useless snatch ride could be close in terms of lap time. He does go second place in between the two. Why is there grass falling from the... What? What is going on? Why are you throwing, Quali? Why is there a random blade of grass? Why is there just grass everywhere? What? I don't get... I'm so confused. What? I don't know why the grass is just active. What is that? What is that? Why does it keep changing car as well? The holy blade of grass. It's just... What? What? Okay, whatever. Yeah, sure. Let's focus actually on qualifying now, shall we? Conor Rusicas, who scored a victory in the Norris Ring, will qualify in 12th place. Slowest of those that have set a lap time so far. The holy grass has run off. No. 12th place for Bonara. Gambin across the line. 10th place for him. What about Kostov? Championship leader Svetoslav Kostov is almost 2 seconds off already through the first two sectors. And he is going 10th place. As Daniel Ferguson now is on pole position. Jake Wilson looking close to possibly try and challenge that. 6th place for the Briton. Is going to Hansen up towards the line. Not a good race last time out at the Norris Ring. And it will continue so with poor form here in Acapone. Bernbach 13th. And now we just wait on Chen Konfu and Carlos Barton to complete their first laps of the session. Right now though, Ferguson on pole by 0.4 of a second. You could fit... what? 50 or 60 gaps of the photo finish between Barton and Conor Rusicas from last race into that pole gap. Something like that. Anyway, Conor Rusicas now making his way round the final corner. The race winner from last round is last in qualifying. This is just the expectation you're supposed to have in Ligier. Is just the unpredictability of the whole series. And he stays last, so he's not going to have a good start or a good race weekend. It's Ferguson 0.4 up through the first sector. So this is looking like a great lap for... is it Scotsman, I think Daniel Ferguson's supposed to be Scottish. 0.6 down though through the second sector, as I think that's a streamline of... That's the streamline of Franz Bernbach just in front of them. And around the final corner for Daniel Ferguson into the pits. Okay, never mind. Casey Kirk into the pits. I don't know if anyone else is out there on a lap right now, but it's looking like it's going to be a Ferguson pole position after a pretty shocking Norris Ring around. It seems that everyone is just coming into the box, and I think it will be the case. It's looking like a, like I said, Ferguson pole position, Vandergaard second, Elkman up in third. A great qualifying from him as Casey Kirk makes it to Milings in the top 4. Yep, Moritz is into the box. Paul DeResta not with a good qualifying at all, down in 16th. 16th. Is Conor Rusicas also into the box? Yes, he is. It's a Ferguson pole position then. At the end of qualifying. Very nice stuff. Who's out there on circuit still? Hansen. Please just pit. Thank you. Right, okay. Let's write these down again. Guido van der Harde. Elkman. Duncan Ferguson pole position. Oh my god, imagine if Darren Ferguson as well. Duncan, Darren and Alex Ferguson all just driving against each other. Jake Wilson. Jag. I'll just put Jag. Jago Pesta. Yusus Naturai. Tina Curtis. Nathan. I just realised I never put on the music again. My bad. And I never actually showed the... I don't know why I'm doing it like this. This is so convoluted. But oh well. Svetoslav Rostov. How can I join lobby? Funny guy, Benny. Hello, welcome in. You've already been promoted from here. You're in F3 Euro Series, mate. Go and do a race in that. It's literally to my own volition when the F3 Euro Series races happen, but go and do that. Paul Di Resta. Gunnar Hansson. Lucas Mauritz. Harry Bunara. Josep Konarusikas. 125, 135, 387. This is literally just my life every time I finish a stream. It's just going in spreadsheets. It's great. My voice sounds very soothing. Okay, buddy. Sure, Benny. Why not? No chance from the country of Assetto Corsa. Yeah, it's because I don't think the Faroe Islands is in this game. It can't be, can it? Because obviously it would have shown up with a flag. So 1, 5, 6. I do get the reference. I'm just paying attention to not pay attention, basically. Benny says anything these days. Anything to get a giggle out of someone. Man's just really needs that acceptance of someone else laughing at his joke. Outrageous, isn't it? I know, right, Pioneer? Oh, Benny, have you heard, by the way, about well, assume you probably have, but Opel is joining Formula E. What? I don't know. I don't know anyone really cares, but does anyone have an opinion on Opel joining Formula E? That's fine, Benny. I don't believe that there even is a GPFL Season 2 video at this point. I just feel like you're leading everyone on. It's Opel, what are they gonna do? True. That's true. They should get Timo Glock and Pedro de la Rosa to drive for them. That'd be a great idea. Honestly, I feel like both of them could probably just do a half-decent job because I don't think it takes that much skill to be actually... Especially with the recent uprising of the drivers. I don't know if anyone saw that they've sent a letter directly to the FIA to just basically sort their life out with the stewarding process. Which I do agree with. It has become a bit ridiculous. I just feel like people just went really ham on Dan Tickton when he's the only one that said anything about it publicly. When, you know. I've heard, though, that some of the drivers are getting fined for not even letting their teams know, which is it's a bit crazy, isn't it? Audi in F1 with Dan Weldon. I don't. Benny. So something's telling me in that something that's gonna happen. You know, I don't think that's exactly gonna happen. Anyway, without further ado, then let's get this weekend underway. What's this? Round 5. So we're at the halfway point of the season already. And the lights are green. There's racing to be seen. It's a good start there from Daniel Ferguson, who cuts across Guido van der Garde to start this race in towards turn 1. Van der Garde looking towards the inside of the pole sitter. Will he be able to find a way through on the Scotsman? I'm not entirely sure. He's going to dive it towards the inside. There is the Dutchman onto the curbs, but Ferguson is going to hold it round the outside. Maybe too wide there and might run out of road as they head now towards turn 3, the next heavy braking zone on this circuit. Ferguson leads ahead of Van der Garde. Elkman holding off Casey Kirk, but not for much longer, as the Northern Irishman has got the run up the inside of the German and has now taken 3rd place. So it's now 2 My League Motorsport cars in the top 3, so it's been a fantastic start for that team. Meanwhile, Lucas Moritz, the guy who was on pole position last race, is now fallen down to 19th, who's just actually overtaken Conor Ruskis, so I was about to say he's fallen down to last, but he has now, he's fallen down to last again, so clearly those two are going side by side, battling for the last race. And now Ferguson trying to hold off Van der Garde, who've gone a bit wide there through the chicane, might lose a bit of time and might come under pressure from teammate Casey Kirk as they now complete the first lap. I just realised I'm on the wrong thing. Let me just do that. As now Ferguson is now leading us out of the first lap and out the last corner. 7 tenths is the gap, maybe even 6 tenths as they head across the line to begin lap 2. Van der Garde, though, quickly gaining in the slipstream and looking towards the inside into the fast left kink of turn 1, maybe even getting on the brakes a little bit, looking towards the outside of Ferguson, maybe switching it to the inside, maybe trying to do a bit of a dummy move through turn 2, but actually heads wide and might now fall under pressure from teammate Casey Kirk for the 2nd time already in this race. Jago Pesta also putting pressure on Justus Naturai for that 7th position. You'll quickly realise around this track that the AI are not anywhere near as capable as overtaking as each other around this track as they were at the Norris Ring. But, you know, you sometimes have those races that overtakes don't quite happen as much. But, you know, it always brings up good racing. We're clearly seeing close battling between the 2 leaders, as now Van der Garde has got a good run into the fast right-hander of turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Van der Garde has now taken the lead ahead of Ferguson as they head through the winding chicanes up the hill. Ferguson, though, still trying to fend off the Dutchman of the Guido van der Garde, and actually retakes the lead, bouncing over the curbs there, keeping the lead as they head in towards the final corner. Casey Kirk also looking to possibly try and challenge his teammate, although a poor exit out of that corner might put him under pressure from Moreno Soprapto, who has just gotten past Peter Elkman in the battle for 4th. Daniel Ferguson currently 3 tenths now ahead of Guido van der Garde, who's looking towards the inside. Seems like a possible battle between the 2 of them as they now head in towards turn 3. Van der Garde with a much better exit out the corner, but Ferguson's got that inside line. Will be able to hold on to that one for now. So, yes, 14 laps ahead of us, as you can clearly see in the top look. Can I actually move this? No, I can't move that out of the way. I wanted to move it so like this 3 out of 14 in the middle above the race bit is out of the way of the graphic. Anyway, side by side again for the 2 leaders. Any battles further back? We've got Kostov overtaking Gunnar Hansen. These 2 are leading the championship, and yet they are battling outside of the points paying positions, as Van der Garde is now just about pulling ahead there of Daniel Ferguson, as we've got I don't know how the cameramen are doing this, but good job from them, as now Ferguson over the curbs holding off Van der Garde through the chicane. Will Van der Garde look towards the inside again, not quite finding his way through, but Ferguson's gone wide there. Might be able to actually keep better momentum out the corner, and actually does so. Gains about a couple of tenths on Van der Garde and now pulls out a 9-tenth advantage, as Van der Garde now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:26.302. We are Casey Kirk. You put Charlie Kirk. You meant to put Casey Kirk, Pioneer. You do know that, right? Do you know what I find really funny? Is that for some reason, Pioneer is one of those users on YouTube. For some reason, when you have it on top chat, Pioneer's messages don't like come through on like top chat, but they come through on live chat. Still wondering what on earth that's even all about, as here Van der Garde is looking towards the inside of Daniel Ferguson. Ferguson, though, doing a great job of holding off the Dutchman, and Kirk, Casey Kirk, that is, not Charlie, is now going to be looking possibly towards the inside of the next corner. Not quite on his teammate. The MyLink Motorsport stay as they are in second and third. As now Moreno Soprapto, no, it's Useless Naturite into the box at the end of lap 4. So a pretty early stop there in this 14-lap race. Could be a couple of 2-stoppers in this one, as Daniel Ferguson consistently in the lead of this race. Van der Garde trying to find a way through, but can't do so at this current stage, as Chen Kung Fu closes in on Tina Curtis in that battle for what is now 8th place after a couple of drivers have pit. Those being Justin Wilson, Useless Naturite, and Paul Di Resta. Ooh, indoor cam with the baguette on the dashboard. Yeah! So if you know, if you ever get hungry while you're driving, have a bit of the baguette, mate. No problem. As now Chen Kung Fu looking towards the outside there of the Team MasterCard car of Tina Curtis. Will he be able to get the run out the corner, or will Curtis be able to have a better run through the corner by holding that inside line and having a shorter line through the corner? It seems that it's going to be the latter, although he's holding the momentum, Chen Kung Fu, in trying to keep or trying to gain a position in this race. Mandatory part of the rules, you've got to have a baguette on the dash. I like those rules. I don't know if everyone actually has a baguette on the dash. Unless it comes with bacon, I ain't buying it. Damn, bro. As there, Kung Fu nearly making contact there with Tina Curtis. That was so close between the two of them. As Kirk into the box, Soprapto's up to the podium, Elkman also into the box. So those two are going to fall down the order with an early pit stop in this race. Ferguson still leading the way ahead of Van der Garde, trying to pull out a gap of about 1.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Soprapto a bit further off in third place, about 3.5 seconds away from the second position in this race. Meanwhile, Chen Kung Fu is still trying to get past Tina Curtis by any means necessary. Can't find his way through just yet. This corner here is like a corkscrew backwards. Yes, it is. It is. I like this track. This track is actually very fun to drive in, this Ligier JS8 car. It's one of my more favourite tracks that we've tried in the actual Ligier Championship. As on board now with Gunnar Hansen trying to challenge Jordi Gambin in the Campos in towards turn 5 here. We'll be using all of that curb. Probably not what you want to be doing, as you'll lose a bit of momentum from the bumpy nature of that inside part of the corner. We'll try it again anyway and force himself ahead of the Spaniard in downforce cars as well. To be fair, never even driven the full track layout. Oh, and there on the grass is Gunnar Hansen trying to keep Jordi Gambin behind him by any means necessary. As Ferguson into the box, the race leader then into the box, Moreno Soprapto also in. We'll see if anyone else is in. Tina Curtis is going to be in. I think there was a bit of contact actually between her and Chen Kung Fu. That's going to put Jordi Gambin on the front foot and trying to get himself into the top 5 once everyone has, maybe even the top 4 actually, because Ferguson's also into the box. Hazelwood then up to second, Esther up to third place as Chen Kung Fu aims to try and hold off Jordi Gambin. Kostov also on a watching brief in that battle for the top 4 places of those that haven't boxed so far in this race. Kostov looking towards the outside of Jordi Gambin round that corner. We'll switch to the inside though, but who is in turn looking to try and get past Chen Kung Fu. So we'll look towards the inside here as Svetoslav Kostov on the rear chase cam, and he'll gain that position ahead of Jordi Gambin. Or will he? It's a pretty poor exit out of the corner. How are you last now? Because you one of the first ones to pit, Casey. That's why. Also, there's like a random chance, I think, that you have like a really poor pit stop. I have no clue why, but yeah, that sometimes happens. Kostov actually does pull ahead of Jordi Gambin by the time they reach the downhill right of turn 6 and is now able to put pressure on Chen Kongfu in the battle for 4th position. Ayo or Willie? Ayo. Van der Gaard then into the box from the race lead. Hazelwood into the box then from second. Esther's going to take the lead of this one. As Chen Kongfu also into the box. Gambin. Oh, Gambin's crashed into the wall. What? Eat your baguette, mate. Go and eat your baguette. Anyway, Esther now leads ahead of Svetoslav Kostov in second place. Lucas Moritz, personal best of the race there, in third, with Harry Bunara in fourth. He scored his first points of the season last time out at the Norris Ring. Gambout. I don't know. I think Jordi Gambin's still in the race. Where is he? Yeah, he's in 10th place. He's just exited the pits. Has he jumped ahead of people by doing that? I don't know what's happened, but Casey Kirk, meanwhile, has fallen from 3rd down to 13th through the pit stop phase, so pretty shocking pit stop, really. Esther then leads ahead of Svetoslav Kostov in second place. Harry Bunara trying to close up that gap to Lucas Moritz for that 3rd position. Meanwhile, championship leader Kostov, at this current rate, will be looking to extend his championship lead after the his two championship rivals are pretty far down the order, I think. Let me just check. Yeah, Gunnar Hansen is in 19th and Lucas Moritz is in 3rd, to be fair, so there's so 4 leaders are into the box. So Daniel Ferguson is going to retake the lead after making his first pit stop of the race. Justus Naturai is going to stay out there for 9 laps before pitting, at least in this race. Harry Bunara is into the pits. Who is not into the pits? Guido van der Gaard is staying out there on circuit. He's already made a pit stop in this race as well. He's looking on course for a potential first podium in a number of races. Peter Elkman is, I imagine, will be up to 3rd place, possibly. I actually don't know if he's stopped already in this race, but Jordi Gambin, I don't know how, managed to crash into the pit wall, teleport to the pit box, and have a very fast stop to the point where he's jumped like 4 people. I don't know how, but he's managed to corner cut his way to the pits, and then hit a wall, pit, have a very fast pit stop, and is now in the potential fight for the podium. Don't know how that's happened, but the Spaniard has certainly pulled off some form of ultra shortcut to find his way there, as Paul de Resta looking towards the inside of Jago Pesta in this battle for 7th position. It's been a fairly poor start to the season for the Estonian. And after this round, actually, we'll be halfway through the championship already. So, exciting stuff in the world of the Ligier Championship as there. Jago Pesta with a great amount of momentum to try and challenge Moreno Soprapto side by side through the chicane. Esther and Soprapto nearly make contact. The Indonesian might have to back out of this one. They're side by side. Can't see where the Streamline engineering car is. Up the inside for Jago Pesta, and he's going to hold on to that 6th place ahead of Moreno Soprapto. Naturai into the box. That's now going to be 5th place for the Estonian. Ferguson then, after the pit stops have been shaken out, after I think Naturai's in for his 2nd stop already, actually. Investigating for defying the laws of physics. Nah, Ligier Championship is chill. Ferguson then leads by 7.5 seconds, so this is certainly a much better race compared to the Norris Ring weekend, where basically last of the running order. Van der Gaard as well crashed out, the only retirement of the race in Norris Ring. So the 2 that will last in the Norris Ring are now 1 and 2, although Peter Elkman is looking to possibly try and change that, with now being firmly in the slipstream of the Dutchman ahead of him. This is just absolute unpredictability in the Ligier Championship, as now Elkman looking towards the inside there of Guido van der Garde. The two Camposes actually running in 3rd and 4th place and looking at a good haul of points in this race. That could be the case. We'll see. No, Ferguson stayed out then. Anyone else going to be into the pits? Any takers on that one? That was wide there for Elkman. That might put his teammate Gambin under pressure, or maybe Gambin himself will try and overtake his teammates for the final podium place. Chen Kung Fu. He's running in 7th place right now. He's certainly picked up his pace. He was pretty unfortunate with the 2-stop strategy in the Norris ring, as he was looking to potentially score a podium finish. Casey Kirk then has made his way up to 8th place, so he's on a bit of a comeback drive in this race, probably with the fresher tyres as well. He's been able to slice his way through the field and now has Chen Kung Fu in his sights to try and overtake for 7th place in this race. Ferguson, though, is looking fairly easy for him right now, as he leads by 7.5 seconds still, with just 3 laps to go. We'll see if Daniel Ferguson will be in for another pit stop. If so, then it will gift a race victory here to Guido van der Garde. I don't know why I keep slowly losing syllables in, or rather consonants in his name, but he is now in 2nd place. Elkman, though, into the box from 3rd place. And that's going to promote Gambin up into the podium places now. Esther up to 4th, and Soprapto on course for back-to-back top 5 finishes. You join in your 20th? Yes, because you've stopped twice already in this race, Jake. You're one of the few drivers to do so, as you now battle with Paul de Resta in the lofty heights of Nowheresville. Jordi Gambin is now got Jago Pesta for company in the final podium place. This is actually a pretty nice camera there, the rear view camera. Remember, once again, top 12 get points in this series, so Lucas Modric will get a single point for his efforts as it currently stands. Daniel Ferguson, though, will get the full complement of 15. As Casey Kirk has actually not got past Chen Kung Fu, because Chen Kung Fu has now gotten past Nathan Hazelwood for 6th position. Jordi Gambin disqualified, please. Nah, bro. Just get better pit ideas, isn't it? Why don't you just warp through the pit lane? To be fair, he might fall under pressure and fall out of the podium places before the end of this race. Daniel Ferguson stays out again. So 2 laps to go then for race leader Daniel Ferguson. Van der Garde is now being quickly closed in, though, by Jordi Gambin. There's not really that many obvious overtaking opportunities for the drivers to make a move in. Probably turn 2, turn 3, just a long run through turns 4, 5 and 6 would probably get you a nice run by the time you get to the chicanes in the latter part of the lap. But other than that, there's not really many chance for you to actually make a simple move, with the straights not being all too long for the drivers to make any form of a move, because obviously a lot of the straights around here are turns technically, so I think you can take a lot of them flat out, like this one, turn 5, I think this is turn 6 in the distance as well. You can take flat out in these cars if you have the correct line through that corner. Jordi Gambin, though, quickly closing up on the back of Guido van der Garde, and will look towards the inside the Campos driver. Van der Garde's just let him through, it seems, and Gambin easily takes that 2nd place. Or will he? He's going to go side by side now with the Mylink Motorsport car. Will he be able to hold on, or will Van der Garde jump over the curb and nearly force Gambin into the grass there? There's contact between the two. Gambin's going to force his way through now into the final corner. Will Van der Garde be able to hold it round the outside, or will Gambin get the inside line and be able to try and pull ahead, not quite. Van der Garde just about pulling ahead now. So if the Spaniard of Gambin... Pioneer, stop making me conscious! Stop making me conscious of my commentary! Van der Garde then, under pressure massively from Gambin for second place, on board with Gambin. He's looking towards the inside of the second corner on this circuit. It's turn 3 now. He's going to be on the outside line, so Van der Garde's going to be able to hold him off as they head now once again through the fast corners of 4, 5 and 6. Gambin's got a lot of time to make up here, about 4 or 5 tenths as he'll... Ayo. What do you mean by that, Pioneer? Is now 2 tenths, 1 tenth, 0 tenths behind Guido van der Garde. It could be anyone's guess as to who's going to get second place in this race. Ferguson's almost certainly got this one wrapped up for the race win, but Gambin's going to take second place in this race. Will Guido van der Garde be able to find a way through in this final couple of corners? It's going to be tricky. He's mounting the curbs there, but he will not be able to get through unless Gambin makes some form of mistake at the last corner. Out the final corner, though, for Daniel Ferguson. It was a great race in Snake Pass, not so great in Norris Ring, but out the final corner, it's going to be a win for Daniel Ferguson, as they take a much-needed win for Harrison Motorsport in the Constructors' Championship as well. Gambin will hold on to second place ahead of Van der Garde, with Esther 4th, Soprapto, Kung Fu, Hazelwood. Kirk will get 8th place after a good recovery drive, after rejoining out of the pit lane with a pretty horrible stop there. He had a chance at a pit stop before it all got shaken up. Meanwhile, for Curtis, Bernbach, Moritz and Barton, more points on the board for those guys, with Nachirai just missing out. Kostov, championship leader, outside of the points in 14th place, as well as Gunnar Hansen down in 17th. We saw all 20 cars this time round finishing the race, so that's pretty cool. So now I can change once again to that, and that, and that. Now pull this up once again. Oh yeah, Jake, I also want to say, on the last race as well at the Norris Ring, you were in 5th place, just decided to pit on the very last lap up towards the straight, up towards the line. So yeah, you finished 15th, mate. You lost 10 places. It was very funny. Classic Jake Wilson. To be fair, you probably needed to serve a stop-go penalty for jumping the start. Probably my guess. It does actually fit into the other series' timelines. Dislike stream. Fastest lap for Chen Kung Fu that time round. A bit more of a gap compared to last time for the race victory, where last race we had a margin of a measly 7 thousandths of a second. So yeah. What I might do as well, I might make a series screenshot sort of thing, where I like put in like screenshots of each of the series, mainly because you can do a photo mode in Ligier Championship, so it's kind of easy to make some good photos. Three, 2, 21.637. Comment ignored from people. He didn't start reversing on. Voice crack moment. Look, he didn't start reversing on the track. That's true. It's true. Streamline engineering. Square Zero. Pacific Racing. MyLink Motorsport. Team MasterCard. Streamline Engineering. Zero, Maxi Toys, Pacific, Flashpoint, Axel, Team MasterCard, Harrison Motorsport, Flashpoint, Campos, Branson Virgin Racing. Comment ignored for people who are over the age of 52 goes crazy. Seven 162 27 550 30.487 32.489 and 34.337. Right, championship standings time. 14th. Who got pole again? It was Ferguson, wasn't it? Yeah. So pole win. Chen Kung Fu got fastest lap and was 6th. No, that's 2 races in a row now where we've had the 6th place finisher set the fastest lap of the race. I don't care about some browser shortcuts, leave me alone. 17th. Damn. Washed. Actually, I might just do it like this. Gambin 2nd. Vandergaard 3rd. Esther 4th. This is actually a lot easier to do it like this. Chen Kung Fu 6th, Ethan Hazelwood 7th, Casey Kirk in 8th, Tina Curtis in 9th, Franz Birnbach in 10th. Second page. Moritz in 11th. Oh my, we've got a 4-way title fight then. Cool. No, we've got a 5-way. Oh my days, this is gonna get close. Sure. Can't wait for this one to play out. Naturai in 13th, so no points again. Or Iusus Naturai. Costa 14th, as I've put down. Harry Bonara in 15th. Conor Rosicus in 16th. Gunnar Hansen 17th, like I've already put. DeResta 18th. Elkman down in 19th. And Jake Wilson in 20th. My word, this Drivers' Championship is so close now. The 5-way title fight after halfway through the season. So, Kostov and Moritz lead the championship despite not winning a race. We've had 5 different race winners from the opening 5 rounds. Then we've got Gunnar Hansen and Ferguson each on 35 points. Nathan Hazelwood, who's also not won a race, on 33. Jordi Gamin, who has also not won a race, on 28. Van der Gaard with his second podium of the season on 27. He's within 10 points. So realistically, I'd say right now, on form, I'd say it's anyone in the top 8 that could win the championship, I would say right now. Let me fill out the Constructors' Championship as well. 14th, 18th, so no points for Flashpoint. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 17th, Azuro 11th and 6th with the fastest lap. Team MasterCard 16th and 9th. Streamline Engineering was in 10th and 5th. MyLink Motorsport was 8th and 3rd. Pacific was 13th and 7th. Is there still an extra pole for point for pole and fastest lap? That was only in the online version. No, just did that in the online version. In this, it's just points for whatever. Yeah. So no. It's just points for whatever position you're finishing, and that's it pretty much in this version. 19th, and then 20th and 15th. 38, 42, 45. Make Ligier online again. Mine got. I just can't be bothered port forwarding, you know? I feel like Pioneer's the person who wants Ligier Online to come back more than anyone else and doesn't even drive in it. Anyway, Constructors' Championship. Okay, never mind, Flandre said it as well. Constructors' Championship. Harrison Motorsport once again lead the way ahead of Flashpoint Grand Prix after they scored no points. Scuderia Azzurro are in 3rd, just ahead of MyLink Motorsport. I'd say it's currently a two-way fight for the constructors because I don't see Chen Kongfu pulling his weight enough to mount a Constructors' Championship fight for Scuderia Azzurro. Meanwhile, at the back, Branson Virgin Racing with only 12 points. That's less than half of the second lowest team of Campos. Right, next track is it Bikaneki? Yeah, it's Bikaneki. We love Bikaneki. If you don't know what Bikaneki is, amazing track, absolutely amazing track. Change back to that. Me and the squadron all love Bikaneki. How many laps? 15. If I try and play a game after 2005, my computer will explode. That sounds like a massive skill issue. Oh yeah, I remember that. I've got a screenshot of Bikaneki on my Soviet Nürburgring. It's in Latvia. How is it Soviet? Never mind. I'm just talking crap. To be fair, my computer struggles with most editing softwares as well. Probably because I make large videos. That I also use free programs, which obviously aren't going to be as good as the paid ones. I also put it to morning so we can get some nice morning shots. I don't know. I kind of like it when it's like morning or sunset in a race. That's a nice shot. That's pretty cool. Here we go then, with Franz Bernbach, first lap for him. Or first lap for anyone in this session. He's actually got the slipstream of a Flashpoint Grand Prix car directly in front of him. That'll be for Svetoslav Kostov, I think it'll be. Yeah. Mourning the death of Ligier at this point. Why? Because you can't do well. Do you want to miss the next Russian mini-pre, Jake? Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? No, I haven't. I've just not got rid of the music. What of me? Oh, and that's off! Off for Bernbach! He's crashed into the wall! Oh my goodness me! He's managed to carry on, but that was a hefty hit into the barriers there for Franz Bernbach. My word. Looks like he's still going to be able to set a lap time at 1:19.2. And Hazelwood's off the track. Hanson's off the track as well. Oh, there's absolute carnage. And that's another one off. Oh, there must be some sort of oil down there on the circuit, on the entry into the corner. And there's several cars off there. And another one. Oh, dear me. What is happening? Oh dear. Right, Harry Bonara then with the he's just laid some grass on the track. Yeah, sure. It's probably him that's laying grass everywhere, making everyone slip. Anyway, Harry Bonara then up to third place, ahead of his teammate by 2 seconds because he's just that good. Katie Kirk goes in between the two of them. Moreno Soprapto in the slipstream of two other cars, and he's a second up in the first sector alone. And make that 2/10 up. Oh, my word. It's a car park down there. Recover the cars! Bedlam in Bikonieki! Right, up towards the line then for Moreno Soprapto. As Moreno Soprapto onto the front row. Conor Ruzikas, though, on pole position by a whole second. Are they going to recover the cars, like ever? Come on. What are you doing? Come on, lads. Oh, my. I know some people made mistakes there, but why is every... What is happening? Just stay on the track. Oh, my God. Right, okay. Up towards the line then for Paul di Resta. It's 12th place for him because he went off in the last corner and lost 3 seconds because of it. Chen Kongfu then on another lap. We'll see where he is capable of putting his Scuderia Azzurro car. As Guido van der Garde to the front row of the field. He's still 0.8 of a second away from the Estonian, who currently sits on pole position. See what Kung Fu is capable of doing though in this next lap. He's currently 0.4 down on the pole time as the clock is ticking down. Less than a minute to go in the session now. Oh my oh my God. I don't know who that was. Tina Curtis has just absolutely sent one of the flashpoints flying through that corner. It's not even the tightest corner on the track either. Up towards the line for Chen Kongfu. 4th place for him. A much better lap time. And he is just over a second away from pole position with that one. I don't know why. Is anyone else gonna like? Where's the stewards? Pick the cars up! Come on! Move! They're all just honking their horns. Oh dear, right. 4 drivers then not setting representative lap times, it would seem. There's Naturai across the line. He goes 12th fastest. Where are the 3 cars? Gambin then, second down in the first sector. We'll see if the Spaniard can repeat his heroics of Acapone with another potential podium on the cards for the Spaniard. Can't afford stewards. Oh, they've finally been recovered. About time. Too much money. Can't afford stewards. My God. The economy of Latvia is not that bad, I'm sure, considering that stewards are volunteers. But Gambin then up towards the line. Never mind, he's gone into the pits. Carlos Barton up towards the line, and he'll go 4th place, which is enough to split Moreno Soprato and Carlos Barton. But it is Josep Konarusicas on pole position by 0.8 of a second. Mate, he's flying. Absolutely flying. So now I need to... Hello again. Welcome to Spreadsheet Simulator, featuring me, Jaden64, also known as Jaden Harrison Racing, also known as that guy currently on your screen, unless you've got me tapped out, which is very fair. I'd volunteer to be a Ligier steward. Why? Because you're no good at actually driving the car, Jake. Carlos Barton, Cheng, Kong, Hu, Daniel Ferguson, Franz Bernbach. Welcome to the 7th spreadsheet here on Excel. I'd apply fair penalties to all drivers. Yeah, you just ban everyone but yourself, and you get the championship despite not even sitting in the car once. Jakub Hari Bunara Svetoslav Kostov Jesus Naturai Jordi Gambin AC Kirk, Jake Wilson, Paul Di Resta, Tina Curtis, Gunnar Hansen. Serves it also. I've seen your driving. Roasted! God damn! God damn! Roasted! Nathan Hazelwood at the back of the field without a lap time set on 1:13.711. One, 441 2551 2645 2859 2956 4878. I'm going to put no time for these 3 because 35 seconds off the pace. No, that's not happening. That's an outlap. That doesn't count. Team MasterCard. I need to make it wider still, don't I? Yes, I do. Smiling Motors. What I really wish, right, Assetto Corsa had, you can see here, we got like all 20 cars here, just on the grid. Why can't we just have that as the race result as well? Why can't they all just be on one page? Make my life so difficult. Streamline engineering. Maxi Toys Racing. Ligier 0. Harrison Motorsport. I don't know what's happened to Moreno Soprato, but he has just become randomly cracked at the game. Campos Racing Team, Maxi Toys Racing, Ransom, Virgin Racing, and I'm gonna see Jake probably say, because he's the best driver that ever lived, coming from the guy that's owning a Formula 1 team and has signed someone who is currently racing in a championship where the cars weigh 150 kilograms. Has Burnback won yet? No, Burnback has not won yet. Burnback has been outperformed by his Indonesian teammate in relative terms. I'm guessing that you've finished with your stream for today, James. Harrison Motorsport Campos. Hello, Lewis Gilbert. Welcome in. Hope that your week has gone well. Hope that your day's gone well as well. There we go. Right. Without further ado then. 4th round of the stream today and the 6th round overall. Have I seen the most recent post in my general server? Right, what's happening there then? This makes me very sad. Right, okay. There. Right. Let's go. Racing. Stopped a couple of hours ago for the day. Fair enough. Anyway, here we go then. Lights ahead of the drivers, and the lights are green. There's racing to be seen. Let's see who gets the better start off the front row. I think it might be Conor Russicus getting the advantage over Guido van der Garde as they head towards the first corner. Says that everyone's got away off the line well, as it's going to be pretty much a dead heat between the two race leaders. Moreno Soprato trying to put his nose in for a potential lead of the race, cannot find a way through, looks towards the outside of the next corner. This is turn 2 now, first heavy braking zone, or first braking zone in general, for the teams and drivers to negotiate, and Conor Russicus has done that well. Not as well though as Guido van der Garde, who has taken the lead as they head into the forest. A good start then from Guido van der Garde, who is looking to make it 2 race wins in a row. Daniel Ferguson, not 2 race wins in a row, 2 podiums in a row. Daniel Ferguson will be looking to make it 2 race wins in a row after winning the last race in Acapone. Side by side though, in towards the corner that we've seen so many incidents in qualifying. We'll see if it plays out the same way for the Estonian of Conor Russicus. Guido van der Garde runs wide. He's able to take the lead, or will he? Towards the inside now for Conor Russicus. Will he be able to hold on towards the inside of the last corner of the first lap? I think Van der Garde has managed to keep it on the road, as I think there's been an incident further back involving Hazelwood and Paul de Resta. So those two have fallen back a bit, as well as Gunnar Hansen, who is, I think, still the championship leader as it currently stands. Certainly won't be as it currently stands, with the top 5 in the championship just separated by just a handful of points. Guido van der Garde then holding off Conor Russicus, but for how much longer? Towards the inside of turn 2, the Estonian goes for Team MasterCard up the inside in towards the second corner, and he retakes the lead in which he started on pole position. So a good start for him, as he's not fallen back any places. Race wins, did I say race wins? Well, I mean race wins, as race wins, race wins, 2 tenths separating the two non-race winners. No, they are waste runners. Yep, definitely, as I'm going insane. Guido van der Garde then pretty much a dead heat as they head towards the death corner once again. I'm just going to call it the death corner because why not? Because there's all sorts of death that keeps happening down there towards the inside for Guido van der Garde, and he keeps hold of the lead that he had in towards the braking zone. Seems that everyone's got away through that corner nice and easily. Seems that they're taking a lot more cautiously through in the race rather than in qualifying. Conor Rusicus, though, with a much better run out of the final corner. Brings Snail the day. The non-race winners. No, they're actually both race winners. Someone who isn't a race winner, though, is Moreno Soprapto, despite being half a tenth, maybe even half a tenth ahead into the second corner. He has taken the lead. Up the inside goes Conor Rusicus, though, to try and take that place. Bernbach's also getting involved in the other streamline, so the two streamlines are trying to pick the former race leaders apart. Van der Garde has fallen from first to all the way down to fifth in a single lap, so not a good start to the race for him, because he's going to need to build his momentum back up to try and overtake the likes of Bernbach, Ferguson and Soprapto to try and once again challenge Conor Rusicus for the lead of this race. Though the Indonesian looking towards the outside of the death corner as they head into this 90-degree right-hander into lap 3, and that's wide there from Conor Rusicus. Is off into the grass, a simple mistake clipping the inside wall. Bernbach's through to second. It's a streamline 1-2. There's chaos further back. Esther's in the wall. There's several drivers off there. Gambin, Kostov, Moritz, Hansen, all off the track. And I think at least 3 of them are going to be out of the race here. And that was a massive incident there for Jago Pesta, who got hit several times. Bernbach's taken the lead ahead of his teammates. Absolute craziness. As hello Clump Lump, welcome into the stream. Moreno Soprapto will try and once again get ahead of his teammate. 3 retirements from this race, including championship contender Svetislav Kostov. Huge championship implications here on lap 4, as now Soprapto tucks in behind his teammate. Franz Bernbach has fallen back 0.7 of a second. Will he be able to pick up slipstream once again? I think he will just about, and Bernbach will now be the one that's being hunted rather than the one that is hunting the other drivers. 0.4, 0.3, 0.2 of a second now separate the two streamlines at the front of the grid. 1/10, 0.0 is a dead heat now as they head towards the death corner once again. Bernbach on the left, Soprapto on the right. Who will get the advantage as they head through the corner? Will there be another incident? Bernbach's clipped the inside wall. There's contact between the two streamlines, and Soprapto's round, and I think Soprapto's out the race. Absolute insanity for the two streamline boys. Bernbach's run wide. Ferguson's taken the lead. Absolute chaos as there's so many drivers off at the corner that has caused so many incidents so far in this race. Absolute insanity as Kung Fu and Soprapto look like they're both out the race. Ferguson's leading then ahead of Bernbach, but for how much longer? The driver who's just crashed with his teammate is now going to take the lead of the race once again, not for the first time in this one. Conor Rusicus is going to move up to second place, so the pole sitter is now once again challenging for the race lead. Van der Garde was also caught up in that, as well as the rest of the field pretty much, is now 7 seconds off the race lead here on lap 5. Absolute chaotic start to the start of this race, where Bernbach has pretty much seen his teammate out of this race. I imagine the team boss down at Streamline Engineering is not going to be pleased with that one, as now Conor Rusicus is going to be on that inside line towards the next time that we hit the death corner once again. Lap 5 here, third of the way through this race already, and Conor Rusicus has hit the wall again, and Bernbach's into the wall. Oh dear, it's all fallen apart for Streamline Engineering. Will he be able to carry on, or will he get collected by the other cars? He'll be able to carry on just about, but he'll fall back another a number of positions as Conor Rusicus now takes the lead of this race ahead of Daniel Ferguson. The two at the front now battling for the lead of this race. Bernbach's rejoined in 6th position behind Casey Kirk, and this is absolute craziness. Into the pits now already on the end of lap 5. I don't know who that is. It's the Justus Naturai, the only driver so far this season to not score points in the Pacific Racing Ligier car, and he'll be now down pretty much to the back of the field, which is 15th place. There's 5 cars already out of contention in this one, and we're only a third of the way through this race. Van der Garde then battling with Harry Bunara, who has only managed to score 2 points so far this season. Bernbach's dispatched of Casey Kirk for 5th position. The German on a comeback drive potentially to the podium, as he currently sits about 2.5 seconds away from the top 3. Conor Rusicus and Daniel Ferguson, though, battling for the race lead. Ferguson trying to force Ferguson out wide. I said Ferguson trying to force Ferguson. Very well done me. Conor Rusicus trying to force out Ferguson wide, but Ferguson holds that line on the curb and keeps the lead now. Rusicus into the box. So will he be able to rejoin actually ahead of Justus Nacharai, who's the only driver so far to make a pit stop in this race? You'd have to assume so, considering he was up in the lead and the Ugandan driver wasn't. Absolute disaster for Streamline. They had a chance at a 1-2 and now neither of them are on the podium. Oh, that's brilliant. Bernbach now, though, looking to try and get himself back into the podium place, as they're both in turn closing in on Guido van der Garde for 2nd position in this race. Bernbach on 2 wheels as he overtakes Harry Bunara to get himself into 3rd position. Meanwhile, Ferguson at the front, 8-second lead. Once again, Ferguson has found themselves in a massive league of their own, pretty much, for the race lead, thanks to their race rivals pitting or retiring from the race. As we might see a 3-wide moment in towards the 90-degree right-hander. I really hope not, as now Bernbach's under pressure once again from Harry Bunara as they head through the death corner. Van der Garde has just run wide and has just lost a load of places. Through goes Bernbach, who's up into 2nd position once again. That's another Scuderia Azzurro car off. That's championship contender Lucas Moritz. He's out the race. 6th retirement in this race. This is absolutely mental. A Ligier of their own. Absolutely. I can't keep up with this. Towards the front now, Bunara and Bernbach now battling over 2nd position in this race, as Van der Garde is now pit for his pit stop at the end of lap 7. We're now at the halfway stage of this race. Look at the battle. 6 cars, no more than that. Definitely not going to say the next number after the number 6, as my lips are absolutely dead. Too much commentary for me. You could just watch, enjoy. Got such chapped lips at this point. Bunara up the inside of Bernbach, and they might make contact there. Bunara hit the wall on the inside. And now Bernbach has got a bit of a breathing room to the next car behind. 2.5 seconds is actually the gap, as a number of cars, actually a lot of the cars, are going to be into the box at the end of this lap, with Harry Bunara leading them all in. Yeah, nice commentary there, Pioneer, picking up where Jaden left off. Never mind. 10 seconds is now the lead between Daniel Ferguson and Franz Bernbach in 2nd place. I feel like unless Daniel Ferguson somehow makes a catastrophic mistake either on track or in the pits, it's looking set for a 2nd consecutive race win for Daniel Ferguson. Hazelwood up into the podium places, as Conor Rusicus has actually managed to massively dump Guido van der Garde, who is down in 8th place at this point. The guy who was battling with the likes of Franz Bernbach and Daniel Ferguson at the start of the race is now down in 8th place and battling Tina Curtis. Meanwhile, we'll avert our eyes to the battle for the final podium place. Elkman on the outside of Nathan Hazelwood. Hazelwood's clipped the inside wall. He's gone off the track. He's might be out the race from that one. And there, round goes Hansen. Championship contender Hansen. Hazelwood out the race. 13 left in this race now. We've only got 12 drivers that score points in this series, so we might actually see not everyone scoring points, as there's contact between Van der Garde and Curtis. They're bumping each other off the road. Curtis actually giving Van der Garde a helping hand back onto the track, and Van der Garde keeps hold of that position for now. The two carrying on going, as Conor Rusicus now leads this race. I don't know if it's actually boxed, come to think of it. Ferguson in the pit lane, and is actually been a pretty shocking pit stop for Ferguson, as I probably would have predicted. And now Burnback is all over the back of the Scotsman for what could be the potential race win here at Bikaniki. Yeah, Guido not doing a good job there for Harrison Motorsport, and the gap that was 10 seconds before the pit phase is now 0.6 of a second, so it's anyone's guess as to who is going to take victory here today. 13 cars remain in this race, with Harry Bonara, who was up in second place, has just somehow found himself now back at the back of the field with his teammate Jake Wilson. So I don't know what's happened there, but the Branson Virgin Racing cars are just absolutely nowhere once again. As Horizon's right, this race is absolute chaos at this current stage. Franz Burnback holding off Daniel Ferguson for that second position, as he's now made his way up into second place. As Ferguson now, who was leading Burnback by 10 seconds just a lap ago, is now 4/10 behind. So certainly frustrations will be, I imagine, boiling over for the Scotsman following that pretty shocking pit stop into the pits then for, I think, Ayusos Naturai for the second time in this race. So he's pretty much ruined his chance of scoring any points in this race, unless, well, we only need one more retirement to see everyone who finishes the race actually score points. Burnback then towards the outside of Ferguson after just being overtaken. Will he be able to retaliate in towards turn 2? Not sure if he's going to be able to, as Van der Garde and Elkman swapping places with one another to try and slipstream towards the front two ahead of them. I don't know if Conor Rusicus has been into the pits. If he has, then he's nailed this to absolute perfection, as Van der Garde now about 1.5 seconds behind the next two cars in front, Burnback and Ferguson, who are in turn battling. Elkman, though, not wanting to let this one go in the battle for 4th position. We'll see if Elkman can hold on to that. Ferguson, though, looking towards the inside of Franz Burnback. Burnback forced a little bit wide there as they now head towards the next couple of corners. Elkman off the road. The German, I think, is out the race. I think that's 8 retirements now in this race. Conor Rusicus has stayed out there on circuit. I don't know if he has made a pit stop or not. Let me just check. Hang on. I just want to check. Rusicus. No. No, he hasn't been into the box. Okay. Yeah, Tina Curtis is also up into 5th place. And as it currently stands, the Team MasterCard team will be on for a brilliant result, as there's a huge crash down at the death corner. And I think a lot of cars are out the race. We're down to 8 cars. I need to see a replay of that. Oh my days. So what's just happened then down here? Just everyone's gone wide and then pushed Elkman back onto the track and caused a roadblock. Oh my days. Oh my. I mean, Ayusos Naturai is carried on. He's up into 9th now. I don't know what's happened, but like, I think we only had, like, let me just check. How many retirements did we have here last season? I don't think we had that many. We had 6 retirements from the race. And after 12 laps, we've had 11 retirements from the race. So, I don't know what's happening. Burnback's hit the wall. Ferguson's gone wide. Van der Garde might take advantage of the both of them. And it looks like, I don't know what's happening with Conor Rusicus, but he has not pit yet. He's on lap 13 of 15, and he's just constantly out there on circuit. If he doesn't pit, then he will be disqualified from the race, because he needs to make a pit stop. That's the ruling, that he has to make a pit stop. Surely he's not got enough fuel to make it to the end of the race. I'm certain of that. He cannot have enough fuel to make it to the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. But Ferguson, Van der Garde and Burnback are all now battling with 3 laps to go. What I assume has to be the race lead. Is there a point where you get points even if you DNF? If you get 90% race distance. So if you complete the end of this lap, which is lap 13, then you do get points. Even if you retire. So yeah, the last 2 laps. If you complete this lap, then you get points. But if you crash on this lap, then you don't get points. Ferguson then 6 tenths ahead of Van der Garde. We'll see that gap quickly close as now the Dutch driver will look towards the outside of the death corner, or will actually not be able to get a run. Tina Curtis is going to clip that inside wall and fall straight off the circuit, as will Carlos Barton. The 2 of them will carry on once again, so they should be able to carry on 4 points, as Conor Rusicus stayed out again. Why is he staying out? I don't know. Dear my AI, don't risk it. Well, there's a stream lag for you. Because I read that right after your AI crashed. Anyway, a 10th of a second separate what is, it has to be the race leaders, because no way that Conor Rusicus gets in and out the pits in 10 seconds. So this is for the race lead. He has to pit this time or he will be disqualified from the race. So Daniel Ferguson will be, unless he pits on the very last lap, which there's no rule against it, but, you know, why would you do that? It's trying to do a Michael Schumacher 1998 Great Britain. We can die now. We can die. You sound like Fernando Alonso instead of we can fight. No, we can die. Daniel Ferguson getting stuck in with Guillermo. What the hell did I just say? Guillermo van der Garde for 2nd place in this race. Ferguson on that inside line, and there's contact between the 2. Through goes Bernbach again. Ferguson off the road. Barton off the road as well. And Ferguson's pulled off to the side of the road. I think Ferguson's out of the race. Rusicus has stayed out again. He's not pitting. Why is he not pitting? I don't know. But Bernbach has now almost certainly got a chance to take victory for Streamline Engineering after crashing with his teammate early on in the race. It's looking like it's going to be a chaotic win for Frans Bernbach, unless Guido van der Garde can find 2 seconds on this final lap to take victory for himself. We'll see if he can close in that gap. He's closing 8 tenths of a second. Will he be able to? Yep, Ferguson's out the race. Ferguson will get 9th place points, so it'll be points for the Scotsman, but will it be enough to take them into the championship lead? I'm not exactly sure, as I don't think many of the championship contenders are actually left, barring Gunnar Hansen. We'll see after the race what the championship standings look like, but Conor Rusicus has stayed out the whole time. I don't know if he's going to be pitting on the end of this lap. If he services his pit, changes his tyres before he crosses the line, then it will count as a pit stop. Will he be into the pits? He stayed out, so he's not going to get the win. This is unbelievable for Conor Rusicus. He's going to stay out there on circuit as now Guido van der Garde and Frans Bernbach. It's a dead heat up towards the line, just like it was in the Norris ring. On board with Bernbach. Van der Garde's got the run up towards the line. Van der Garde has taken victory here in Latvia. He takes the win ahead of Bernbach by 1.5 tenths. Curtis will get on the podium for Team MasterCard. Barton will be 4th. Hansen will be 5th. Wilson will finish in 6th, despite being absolutely nowhere the whole race. Natrai will get 6th. Rusicus disqualified. Get him out! Get out! He's not pit! Get out of the race! You're not allowed here! So it's Van der Garde taking victory. Oh my days. Why is Conor Rusicus not getting the win? He didn't pit. He had to pit. It's required that he makes a pit stop, and he just didn't pit the whole time. So it's Guido van der Garde taking victory. We had 7 classified finishes by the end of the race. As I will now chuck that on. That was honestly the single most chaotic race in Ligier history. I've got to say, that was. No. You're not winning the race. Frans Bernbach, Tina Curtis, Carlos Barton, Gunnar Hansen, Jake Wilson, Iusus Natcherai. Daniel Ferguson also gets 8th place. you've missed a good stream. Don't worry, Mr. Ninja Fish. Welcome in. We've still got one more race to go before the stream ends, so be sure to not go anywhere. And we will be starting the next race shortly, which is at... oh yeah, it's at Tsukuba. So if you want to stick around and wait a few minutes before that one starts, then be sure to, yeah, like I said, stick around. 8 finishers. 8. Not even 8 finishers. 8 classified. 7 finishers. I don't even know what I've just watched. That was absolute carnage. Up and down the field. The whole race. I don't know what on earth I've just seen. 19, 31, 6, 8, 7. And now I've got to figure out... Isuzu Naturai points. That is indeed his first points of the season. No. Yeah, I've got to figure out, like, maths and stuff now. 6, that'll be 5, 8, 0. Yeah, 5, 8, 0. Seven. No, it's also 6. 6 points. 8. 2, 2. Yeah. 11.615. 12.197. And useless naturite. 42.528. That's plus 2 laps. Lap 10 DNF. Now we've got to go through the... Oh yeah, who got fastest lap? 13.1. 12.6. Okay, 1:12.6 from Nathan Hazelwood. Let me write that down. Nathan Hazelwood, Pacific Racing. 1 minute 12.684. Absolute. What that race was absolute Ligier. No two ways about it. That was just absolute Ligier. Nathan Hazelwood, Lucas Moritz, Moreno Soprato, Cheng Kung Fu, Jago Pesta, Jordi Gambin, Svetoslav Kostov, and Josep Konarosikas disqualified. Out of the race. Get out! Absolutely disgusting! He's cheating! Minus 10.148. That should be... There we go. I don't know why he didn't pit. I don't know how he managed to not pit. 16. Two DNF, lap 2 DNF, lap 2 DNF. There we go. You've seen Suzuki Alto racing. Amazing. Love the Suzuki Alto. Obviously not as good as the Honda Acti, but still great stuff. Team MasterCard, Maxi Toys Racing, Harrison Motorsport, Branson Virgin Racing, Pacific Racing, Harrison Motorsport, Campos, MyLink, Flashpoint, Branson, Pacific, Scuderia Zero, Streamline, Scuderia Zero again, Maxi Toys, Campos, Flashpoint. Well, that was an earth-shattering Latvian Grand Prix. I don't even have... There we go. Nobody's done Renault Twingo racing yet. That should be done. That should 100% be done. DNF with fastest lap. Right. First page. So Van der Garde, Birnbach in second, Curtis in third, Barton fourth, Gunnar Hansen in fifth, Jake Wilson sixth, Yusuf Nacharai seventh. And finally, we've seen every single driver score points this season. Daniel Ferguson in eighth, and everyone else out of the race. DNF, DNF. Okie doke. What's championship looking like? Gunnar Hansen now leads by a single point ahead of Guido van der Garde after his second victory. He's the first repeat winner of this season by a single point. Daniel Ferguson firmly still in that championship fight. I'd say anyone in the top six realistically still in that championship fight after that chaotic round. Birnbach moves up to seventh after his first podium of the season. Meanwhile, Tina Curtis moves ahead of her teammates for 12th. Everyone now has scored points this season, with Peter Elkman now at the back of the order. Put in constructors standings as well. 8th, 5th. Flashpoint were double DNF. 0, double DNF. What have I even... Why did I swap those round? Why have I done that? There we go. Get rid of those. Yes. Nice. Birnbach. Yeah, second DNF. MasterCard. DSQ and third with pole. Seventh DNF with the fastest lap. Maxi Toys were DNF and fourth. Campos were DNF and double DNF. And sixth DNF. Okie doke. 64. 38, 39, 40. The championship standings in the constructors look like this. Harrison Motorsport lead by 21 points after a double points finish, somehow, ahead of Flashpoint Grand Prix. They had a double DNF. Second race victory of the season for Guido van der Garde means that MyLink is only 2 points behind Flashpoint Grand Prix. Streamline's also close in that battle. I'd say anyone from second to sixth could realistically take second place, maybe. I think Harrison Motorsport, I feel like the consistency of their two drivers will take them over the line for the championship. Let's have a look then at the next track, which is Tsukuba. Okie doke. There's that one. Okie doke. Once again, 6-minute qualifying and 25-kilometer race, as so often is the case here. So now here at Tsukuba. Yeah. Woo. Any predictions on potential champions? Who do we think is going to win this championship then, with 4 rounds to go? This is, by the way, this is the last round that we're doing in this Ligier mega stream today. I like how they turn on the lights when they go under the bridge. That's pretty funny. It's weird to see that, what's his name? Gunnar Hansen has fallen off so much. Like, bro's been nowhere the past 3 races. It's crazy. If he actually pulls his, like, form back together, I certainly think he'll be fighting for the championship. Guido van der Garde also had a poor start to the season and has quickly closed in that gap, and by round 6, he is now just 1 point off the championship lead. That we've been going for nearly 3.5 hours already. I'm glad I did a mega stream rather than just doing 2 races at a time, because, yeah, I feel like the stream would end fairly quickly if I only did 2 races at a time again. We'll see what Daniel Ferguson's capable of doing then in the Harrison Motorsport car. After a unfinished, what's it called? Classified 8th place finish, but not finishing the race, as Jago Pesta, I think, just went off there at the first corner or something like that. Stream ends when Jeffrey throws his wheel across the room. Ligier is good, man. Ligier is stress-free, apart from when my internet dies. Yeah. GPF, it would be cool to do it in a proper... Then again, it's like, why are you being serious when it comes to Ligier? I prefer it just to be chill, like a fun race, you know? Anyway, Ferguson with this... meant GPFL. Yeah, but like, why would I be serious about doing a mega stream in GPFL? Ah, right, okay. I thought you meant doing this in GPFL rather than F1 challenge. Gunnar Hansen's gone to pole position. Didn't even realise. Went to pole by a second there. As next one across the line is Connor Ruskus, who got disqualified for being a cheating driver. He cheated. There's floating grass. It's flying. And Jago Pesta's not flying. Connor Ruskus spun at the first corner. Oh dear me. He's not going to have a good lap on this time round. Jake Wilson scored his season's best in Bikanyeki with a 6th place finish. We'll see if he can... I didn't want to say it, Pioneer. He got 8th place. He's gone to 8th place. As Daniel Ferguson replaces his teammate at the top, quickly followed by Tina Curtis, who's gone to pole position here in Tsukuba. Casey Kirk will be the next one across the line. Purple middle sector, 6th place for him, as Jordi Gambin replaces him in 5th place. I'll get crop dusted in. Hazelwood goes to 6th place. We'll see if Curtis is capable of improving on her lap time, seeing if she can possibly make her way into the 1:33s per chance. I think Carlos Barton spun at the first corner. He has indeed. He's in the gravel, in fact. He's going to be out of this qualifying session and qualify no higher than 9th place. 3/10 down for Tina Curtis through the first sector. See if she can string it together through the second part of the lap. Where's Paul de Resta in the championship? I feel like I've not seen him like past like round 2. Paul de Resta's 10th. He won the first race and has done literally nothing since. Amazing. My man's is under pressure from Moreno Soprato in the championship. Anyway, checkered flag has fallen. Peter Elkman, last place in the championship, first place in qualifying here today. Don't know why. But we move. Tina Curtis out the final corner. Can she improve on her lap time and possibly make her way onto the front row? Not quite. Burnback is on the front row in the streamline. Jordi Gambin is not looking like he's going to be improving, nor is Nathan Hazel. Casey Kirk's into the box, so Jordi Gambin can't improve on his 6th place. Esther's not improving. Natcharai is. He's in 12th place right now, although he is 4/10 down in the first sector, so it's not looking likely that he's going to be pushing for that pole position lap, as he's now 3/10 down through the second sector as well. So, and he's actually not improving on his personal best. So it's looking unlikely that Natcharai will be on for a good enough lap to possibly put him maybe into the top 10. He only needs to find a couple hundredths of a second, so we'll see if he's capable of doing so. Franz Bernbach, I think, is directly behind him as well. He might be picking up a good enough slipstream to possibly take himself to pole position. Never mind, that's the other streamline. The other Franz Bernbach in question, though, is 3/10 up through the first 2 sectors on Peter Elkman. Can he take pole position? Franz Bernbach in Tsukuba up towards the line. And it's not enough to go to pole. He bottled the last sector, and Peter Elkman gets on pole position. Last place in the championship. Who cares? Pole position here in Tsukuba. And it's also a German front row lockout. So pull that back up. Oh, I've got caps lock on. Peter Elkman. Franz Bernbach. We are so Franz Bernbach. Tina Curtis 3rd. Daniel Bergerson 4th. Gunnar Hansen 5th. Jordi Gambin 6th. Nathan Hazelwood 7th. Casey Kirk 8th. Carlos Barton 9th. Yagu Esta 10th. Kiedo Harder 10th. Usus Natcharai. I'm back. What did you miss? I don't know when you were last here, FF, but we've just finished the Latvia mini pre, in which we saw 7 cars reach the checkered flag and the leader get disqualified because he just didn't pit. We're supposed to pit. Gonna Ruskas. Yeah, we're on for the final race of the stream here, so I don't know how long you've actually been gone, so Lucas Maurits. Right. Doslav Kostov. Harry Unara. Moreno So Rapto Cheng Kong 133.917. Make that wider as well. Why is that so? Why is that so wide? 80. There we go. Uh, 909 958 1047. Two point 297 2.481 3.035 3.650. Campos Racing Team Streamline Engineering Team Mastercard Harrison Motorsport Harrison Motorsport again. Campos Racing Team Pacific Racing MyLink Motorsports Maxi Toys Racing, and again MyLink Motorsports again, Pacific Racing, Flashpoint Grand Prix, Team Mastercard, Branson Virgin Racing, Scuderia Zero, yep, Flashpoint Grand Prix, Branson Virgin Racing again, Streamline Engineering, and Scuderia Azzurro. Right, okay, it's time to go racing for the final time in this stream. Remember, if you have enjoyed the stream so far, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. We're closing in on 1,000 subscribers. Well, that's a good camera. And the lights are green. There's racing to be seen. It looks like a good start for Peter Elkman from pole position. Franz Bernbach trying to fend off Tina Curtis as they head towards turn 1. Seems that I think everyone's got away well. I'm not exactly sure. I think actually someone's struggling at the back there. I think someone's not exactly got going. And as we head towards turn 1, yes indeed, there's only 19 cars that have reached the first corner, so I think someone's already out of the race, which is a shame for them. Peter Elkman, though, hits the front ahead of Franz Bernbach by a whole second. A fantastic start for him. Yeah, that was just qualifying, Pioneer. This is the final race that we're doing. So yeah, Peter Elkman then leading the way ahead of Bernbach, Curtis, Ferguson side by side with the Irish woman as they head now towards the hairpin. We expect to see probably the most overtakes happening into here as the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, as Bernbach looking every which way to try and get up the inside. He's going to look up the inside of Peter Elkman, can't find his way through as the German holds off his compatriot. Seems that everyone's going a little bit defensive as well as they head through this corner. Not Jago Pesta, he's lost out of place there to Paul de Resta in the battle for 10th place. As there, Bernbach being pushed onto the grass by Peter Elkman. Very stout defending there from the German. And now he switches it to the outside. Bernbach's going to commit to this inside line and try and pull up the inside of his compatriot. onto two wheels. What a very brave move there from Franz Bernbach, and he's got the position. A fantastic move there from Franz Bernbach, who had very limited options in his line there thanks to Peter Elkman, but he's still taken the lead. Or has he? In towards turn one, and Elkman sent it up the inside of the Streamline driver. He's onto two wheels. He might lose out to Daniel Ferguson here, actually. And out of the first corner, Franz Bernbach leads the race. A great start for the German driver. Peter Elkman will not be wanting to let this go, though, even if he's got a Harrison Motorsport car up his rear diffuser. The championship contender of Daniel Ferguson really wanting to get as many points as they possibly can to try and build a gap for the final three races of this season. Franz Bernbach, though, hitting the front then 8 tenths ahead of Peter Elkman in second position. Gotta say, I haven't really tested this track this much, but it's proven to be pretty good right now, as there Harry Benara overtaking Svetoslav Kostov. This could be crucial for Svetoslav Kostov's championship aspirations here today. Oh, and he's been spun round. He's tried to go up the inside of Harry Benara, got onto two wheels, and he's lost a lot of time there. Not actually lost any places, as Moreno Soprapto was stuck behind him. As there, Peter Elkman up the inside of his compatriot Franz Bernbach to retake the lead on the end of lap 2, side by side as they head out the final corner. Bernbach forced wide onto the AstroTurf. Will he be able to make a move as Daniel Ferguson sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.505. A lot of fives involved in that one as Ferguson switches it to the inside, trying to find a way through on Bernbach onto two wheels over the curb. Not going to be able to find a run up the inside. Screwed Indy with the engine. It was like Canada all over again. I don't know what you're on about, Svet, exactly. But we're watching Franz Bernbach possibly look for a move up the inside of Peter Elkman. Can't find his way through as they head through turn 4. But on the exit, Elkman with a shocking exit, and has actually managed to let Bernbach straight into the lead once again. 7 tenths is now the gap between the front pair. Ferguson looking all over, left, right, any which way to try and get through on Peter Elkman. Oh, it means races 86. Oh, okay. As there's contact there between the drivers in second and third position. Ferguson, though, with a good exit out of this penultimate corner. Will they be able to possibly challenge Peter Elkman into the final corner? Oh, they just did Indy. Okay. Makes sense, yeah. As Gunnar Hansen, I think Nathan Hazelwood are now battling. Elkman looking towards the inside of Franz Bernbach. It's a repeat of what happened last lap, but Bernbach's further alongside. He's remaining in the lead for now, but Elkman with that inside line might be able to hold on. Side by side as they head across the line. It's pretty much a dead heat between these two, and Bernbach still in the lead, but can Elkman search his way up the inside into the lead of this race? Ferguson and Curtis on a watching brief, onto two wheels for Elkman. He's going to keep the lead though, ahead of Franz Bernbach. Ferguson now getting involved to try and get himself up into second position. Can the Scotsman find his way through? Not exactly sure, but Chen Konfu's lost a lot of time. He's made a mistake down at turn 1, and he's going to fall back a number of places. Franz Bernbach, though, once again looking towards the inside of Peter Elkman, and once again he's going to find his way up into the I don't know. I'm so lost by what Pioneer said. I'm so lost by what Svets just said as well. What? I'm so... Oh, right, yeah, we've already talked about it. For some reason, yeah, Pioneer's messages only show up in the live chat and not the top chat, yeah. I do have live chat on, so I can see what Pioneer's saying. Anyway, Franz Bernbach's now pulled out a second advantage ahead of Peter Elkman in second place, as Daniel Ferguson is actually falling into a bit of a defensive move possibly from Tina Curtis. Saying that, Nathan Hazelwood with a fantastic run out the final corner. Elkman's taken the lead at the front though, towards the inside of the first corner. He's going to take that advantage. Oh, Willie, there's contact between the two, and Bernbach's been forced off the road. Unbelievable. Ferguson's up to second place. We missed it because of the poor camera work, but Ferguson is now up into second place as Gambin off the road. There he is on the right hand side of your picture. He's out the race. There we go. Actual camera angle I can actually see the cars with. Seems that Gambin then is going to be the second retirement of this race. I don't know the other drivers who are actually out this race. It hasn't actually shown up on the timing sheet who actually retired from the race. I can't actually figure out who it is as of right now. Is it Carlos Barton? I think it is. Yeah, Carlos Barton didn't start the race. Anyway, Ferguson now towards the inside of Peter Elkman for the race lead. Elkman desperately needs this result if he wants to have a seat in Ligier next season. Of course, he's only scored a single 12th place finish as his only point so far this season, and currently finds himself 20th and last in the drivers' standings. So he certainly needs to find a good result. But Ferguson certainly needs to find a good result to keep their standing in the Drivers' Championship. Of course, in that championship fight with 4 rounds to go, and certainly will be so if they take victory here with 3 rounds remaining after this one. Peter Elkman then towards the outside, Ferguson towards the inside. We'll see who gets the advantage as they head towards the first corner. Elkman's going to be able to swing it round the outside, not being on the curb, as Ferguson's bounced off wide, and that's going to allow Elkman through. That's going to allow Bernbach through, and now the two Germans once again re-establish themselves at the front of the field. Oh, Gambin's managed to get himself going impressively, as we see the first pit stops of Conor Rusikas and Harry Bonara into the box on the end of lap 5. Possibly a 2-stop strategy, not exactly sure. Contact between the two leaders as Bernbach forces his way through ahead of Elkman again. Your AI. To be fair though, I think as of right now, you're in the championship fight. Let me check. Yeah, 4th place in the championship, just 6 points off as of right now. Gunnar Hansen leads the way by a point ahead of Van der Garde. 43 for Hansen, 42 for Van der Garde, 40 for Ferguson, 37 for Kostov, 37 for Moritz, and 33 for Hazelwood is the top 6 right now. So anyone's game, really, in terms of the championship. It's only 15 points for a win, so definitely anyone's chance for the championship this season. It's certainly a lot more close between a lot more drivers for the Drivers' Championship, which is what we love to see. A lot of unpredictability, and it could be anyone's game really in that top 6, I reckon, for the Drivers' Championship. Speaking of one of them, Nathan Hazelwood is actually overtaking Jago Pesta because Jago Pesta is going into the pits. So he is up to 7th place now, as Peter Elkman once again with a good run on Franz Bernbach as they head towards the first corner. 136.4 for Bernbach, 137.2 for Elkman. Despite the lack of pace, the slipstream is allowing him to stay in this lead battle, and Bernbach holds it round the outside after a bit of a mistake there from Elkman, losing the rear over the curb. Further back, we can see Lucas Moritz down in 10th place, a fairly mediocre race for him so far, as the two Harrison Motorsport cars currently find themselves in the top 4. Van der Garde in 6th. The other championship contender of Kostov, not quite as high up the order, down in 12th, just 2 places behind Moritz as it currently stands, as Hansen has just dispatched of Tina Curtis for 4th place in this race. So the Harrison Motorsport boys going really well as it currently stands. Van der Garde went wide there through turns 5, I think it is, as now towards their hairpin, under pressure from Nathan Hazelwood. Up the inside possibly for the Briton. Can he make his way through? There's contact between the two as Bernbach retakes the lead again. Why is there so much chaos? This is just the Ligier Championship through and through. This is just every single race all the time is just like this, where just everyone's battling for victory. It's absolutely amazing. As into the pits for Elkman. There was nearly contact between him and Bernbach. I think Ferguson's staying out. Curtis is in. Hansen is in. Anyone else into the pits? I'm not exactly sure. Wilson's into the box as well. So about half the grid now boxing on the end of lap 7. Ferguson's going to try and get an overcut attempt on the rest of the field. We'll see how the pit stops shake this order out now. Why is there a man on... Benny, bro. Just shut up. Just shut up. So random. Honestly. Ferguson then leading the way, 1.2 seconds ahead of Van der Harde, now down to 1 second, with the Dutchman quickly reeling in that gap. And out of the pits for Jake Wilson, who is behind, oh, what the hell, with Gunnar Hansen there. Where are the other pit stoppers? Oh my god, Bernbach's still in the pits! Elkman's still in the pits! The two Germans have had a shocking pit stop here! Have they stalled the car? What has happened? I don't exactly know. I think both of them are out of the race. They can't get out of the pits. Both Germans out of the race. I think they both stalled in the pit lane. Unbelievable for both of them. Daniel Ferguson and Guido van der Garde now battling for the lead of the race. Ferguson putting van der Garde onto the grass. Oh, and there's contact between the two. They're both trying to get into the pit lane. Side by side into the pitch. Oh, there's contact. Oh, and Ferguson spun round onto the track once again. They managed to get back into the pit lane, but that was absolute carnage between the two. They're both going to get into the pits, but what on earth was that between Van der Garde and Ferguson? Van der Garde not leaving Ferguson an inch to get into the pit lane, and it nearly caused absolutely drastic consequences as Hazelwood takes a lead. De Resta up to second, Moritz, championship contender, up into third position, with both Scuderia Azuros now in the top four. Moreno Soprato up to fifth place as of right now. We'll see where the other pit stoppers come out. Kostov out in 9th place ahead of Casey Kirk, most crucially. Gunnar Hansen down in 11th place. Anyone else out there right now? I think Tina Curtis has just had an off at the first corner. Lost a place as Jake Wilson's been spun round. Jake Wilson round at the first corner. The Branson Virgin Racing with a chance at points today. Unfortunately been spun round at the first corner, and now he's pretty much down in last position. Paul de Resta then leads the way by 3/10 ahead of Nathan Hazelwood, who's looking towards the inside of his countryman to try and get himself into the lead of this race. Just 4 laps to go at the end of this one, and it's anyone's guess. I don't actually know who's made pit stops and who hasn't at this current stage. I think Van der Garde is leading of those that have made a pit stop so far. I'm not exactly sure. You want to dislike the stream again. Moritz then into the pits on the end of lap 9. So Moritz then into the box. We'll see what the Scuderia Azzurro crew is capable of doing in terms of a rejoin position. This is a crucial stop in terms of the championship picture. Nathan Hazelwood now asserts himself into the lead of the race after overtaking Paul de Resta. Or does he? There's contact between the leading pair. They've both had a half spin. And can both of them keep the car going? Chen Konfu's going to get involved for this one. He's going to move ahead of de Resta, maybe even ahead of Hazelwood, as they now head into the first couple of corners. Up the inside for Jago Pesta. He's challenging Guido van der Garde there. Too much curve for him. Means that he's not going to be able to get ahead of the Dutchman, as Lucas Moritz has rejoined in 7th position. A fantastic pit stop for him. I feel like a jar of Branston pickle would be quicker than this. The two Branson Virgin cars are last and second last. Kostov has just overtaken Lucas Moritz. That could be crucial in terms of the championship picture. Meanwhile, for Hazelwood, he's still in it technically by the skin of his teeth. Well, not technically. He's kind of there or thereabouts, but he needs that one really good result that takes him into championship contention properly. But for Hazelwood, with 3 laps to go, he's still not made his stop as he leads this race ahead of Chen Konfu. But for how much longer? Chen Konfu forcing him onto the grass. But will they both be into the pits? I think they will be both into the pits. Paul de Resta is going to take the lead on the end of lap 10, and this is now going to be a pit stop battle between Pacific and Scuderia Azzurro. Meanwhile, for Soprato, he's now being overtaken by Guido van der Garde, who's now on a run towards a potential championship lead with just 3 races to go. He's only a point off of Gunnar Hansen, who currently leads the way in the standings and only 2 points ahead of Daniel Ferguson. And with those two both far down the order, it's seeming likely that Van der Garde will be taking a championship lead into the next round, which is at the Owner Speedway in United States. Okay. Gambin and Conor Rusicus both in for their second pit stops of the race, and as such, those two are pretty much going to fall towards the back of the field as Esther overtakes Soprapto now. I think Soprapto's got really worn tyres at this race. I don't think he's actually pitted so far, so he is certainly becoming a bit of a roadblock for the cars around him. Paul de Resta 9 seconds in the lead, but yet to stop in this race. Guido van der Garde, though, has stopped in this race. I don't know if Iago Pesta has or not. I think he has, actually. Iago Pesta just a second and a half behind Van der Garde, so this could be the chance that Esther needs to potentially take victory today, unless I'm mistaken on him needing a pit stop. Kostov up into the top 5 now, and he's looking to challenge Moreno Soprapto into the last corner on the end of lap 11. I'm not sure if there's the rest of pit. He can't have. Why are the drivers just not pitting anymore? What's going on? Oh, dear me. Assetto Corsa trying to break everything by any means necessary. Esther up the inside of Van der Garde for second place. Can't find his way through just yet. Casey Kurt's just overtaken Lucas Moritz. I just want to check. Has De Resta pit? I'm certain De Resta is not pit. He has not pit. Has Iago Pesta pit? Yeah, he's pit. Right, okay. So De Resta hasn't made a pit stop yet. Van der Garde and Esther both have. Kostov has. So the race lead, when next Ligier stream, I'm not exactly sure. It won't be within at least a couple of weeks, I think. And that stream will also contain the rest of the championship, which is 3 races to go after this one. This is the last race that we're doing today. But Paul de Resta, for some reason, penultimate lap, and he's still not pit. Hopefully he pits at the end of this lap, or is going to be into a lot of trouble if he doesn't pit. So, pit now. Pit now. Pit now. Well, Paul de Resta is getting disqualified. Cool. Why are they not pitting? I don't get it. Anyway, Iago Pesta up the inside of Guido van der Garde. This could be for the race lead. Going into the last lap, Esther up the inside of the final corner. Can he hold on to this place, though, is the real question. Is he going to get retaliate? Is there going to be a retaliation move from Guido van der Garde, who's gone wide onto the AstroTurf with a better run? He's going to be able to hold on to this one for now. Out of the last corner, into the first corner, and Esther firmly up the inside. I know, that's 2 races in a row where the leaders, where he's just not pit. I don't get it. It's different drivers as well. Everyone else is pit. Just De Resta hasn't. Not a clue. Esther then is looking like might actually fall under pressure from Svetoslav Kostov here for second place in this race, as we're going to disregard where Paul de Resta is in this one. And Guido van der Garde now 8 tenths ahead of Esther. This could be the win that solidifies van der Garde as the championship favourite with 3 rounds to go. Iago Pesta, though, trying his damnedest to keep up with the Dutch driver ahead of him. 8 tenths is the gap. 7 tenths. He's picking up slipstream now. He's going to be able to have one more run into the final corner. This could be all or nothing for Iago Pesta to take his victory, first victory of the season, and what would be a first victory for Maxi Toys Racing in the Ligier Championship. There's chaos further back, but we're looking now at Jago Pesta, who's now going to try and get up the inside of Van der Harde into the last corner. Paul di Resta has opted not to pit. He's going to get disqualified from the race. Meanwhile, the two leaders side by side through the final corner. It could be anyone's race. Could it be Esther? Could it be Van der Harde? Or if they make contact, could it be Kostov out the final corner? And Esther up towards the line. It's going to be so close between the two of them. And Esther gets second place, which would be converted into race victory here at Tsukuba, as Paul di Resta has not made a pit stop. Van der Harde will be second. Kostov will be on the podium and keep his championship hopes alive. Moritz in fourth. Curtis in fifth, with Naturai, Soprapto, Hazelwood, Casey... oh my days. Tino Curtis nearly rolling over there. And Chen Kongfu completing the top 10. Daniel Ferguson and Gunnar Hansen completing the points, but it's not a good amount of points at all, as Van der Harde has taken a massive stab at the front of the championship table. Jake Wilson, Yusuf Konarosikas, Harry Banara, Yodi Gambin are those that finish 16th. 16 classified finishers, with Bernbach and Elkman both retiring in the pit lane, and Carlos Barton stalling on the grid. Paul di Resta also disqualified for not serving his pit stop. So let's get this. I just realised I never even switched to the Assetto Corsa scene so you could actually have the game audio. My bad. I'm surprised no one actually told me that. Oh well. Unless I was. I don't know. It was a crazy bunch of races. Horizon. I'll write in the results and then we'll look at the championship standings. What does that mean in terms of championship implications? Jakub Esta, Ido van der Harde, Vetislav Kostov, Lucas Moritz, Tina Curtis, Justus Naturai, Moreno Soprato, Nathan Hazelwood, Casey Kirk. Might as well just write all the results in now. 21, 16, 9, 3, 6, 5, 3, 4, 5. No, that's wrong. What's that? 214. Kostov actually came really close within taking victory of that as well. 584. 585, yeah. 585. 4.521. 8.567. 9. Yeah, 9.228. There we go. Maths head, yes, 9.818. Hazelwood was 10.389. Casey Kirk was 11.079. Cheng Kongfu, Gunnar Hansen, Daniel Ferguson, Jake Wilson, Josep Kanarosikas, Harry Bernard, Jordi Gambin, Franz Bernbach, Peter Elkman, Carlos Barton, and Paul di Resta. So we get fastest lap of the race, which went to Svetislav Kostov. Svetoslav Kostov, Flashpoint, 8-1, 33-1, 3-1-5. I need the calculator because I need to 5.131. Right, okay. Right. 16.396 minus that 11.265. 265. 16.739 minus that 11.608. 20.974 minus that is 15. I hate it when I have to disqualify the leader because I have to do all this nonsense. 30.919 minus 25.788. 40.592 minus that 5. No, I've written that wrong. 35. Oh, 68 minus 41.56. Now 7 DNF 7 DNF 0 DNF and minus 5 seconds. 5 no 5. There we go. 4th time is the charm. For Maxi Toys Racing, Mileage Motorsport, Flashpoint Grand Prix, Scuderia Azzurro. Team Sticard, Pacific Racing, Streamline Engineering, Pacific Racing again. Link Motorsport, Scuderia Azzurro, Harrison Motorsport twice, Branson Virgin Racing, Team Mastercard, Branson again, Campos, Streamline, Campos, Maxi Toys, and Flashpoint. Right down. Pole sitter was Peter Elkman. Retired, RIP. Fastest lap went to Kostov, who was 4th. Right, Paul di Resta 1st, Jago Pesta 2nd, Hiedo, no, Paul di Resta 1st. Paul di Resta disqualified for being terrible and getting himself disqualified for being stupid. 1st for Jago Pesta, 2nd for Hiedo van der Harde, 3rd for Kostov. Moritz in 4th, Curtis in 5th, Useless Natra in 6th, Moreno Soprato in 7th, Nathan Hazelwood in 8th, PC Kirk in 9th, Chen Kongfu 10th, Gunnar Hansen 11th, Daniel Ferguson 12th, Jake Wilson 13th, Josep Koraroksikas 14th. Harry Badara, 15th. Jordi Gambin, 16th. And three retirements. Burnback, Barton, and Elkman all retiring. Let's have a look at what this means for the Drivers' Championship. With 3 rounds to go, it is Guido van der Harde who leads by 7 ahead of Svetoslav Kostov. Lucas Moritz in 3rd, with the 2 Harrison Motorsport cars both not having good races here today. They're down in 4th and 5th, with Hansen and Ferguson respectively. Not a great race from Hazelwood either, as he now is 16 points off the championship lead, which is more than a race win back. Tina Curtis moves up to 7th ahead of Soprapto, Burnback and Gambin completing the top 10. Let's have a look at the constructor standings. Flashpoint was 3rd and disqualified. My link was 2nd, and 9th. Streamline 7th. MasterCard was 14th and 5th. It's been a good end of season resurgence for Tina Curtis. A win. DNF. 7th. So just 6th and 8th. Campos. 16th and DNF. Is it? Yeah, DNF with pole position. Branson Virgin Racing 13th and 15th. So only one change in the constructors. And that is for 2nd position, when Milik Motorsport has overtaken Flashpoint Grand Prix for 2nd position, but it is still a 10-point margin at the top for Harrison Motorsport. Streamline and Scuderia Azzurra are now equal on points, as the gap between 4th and 8th is now 9 points. So it could be anyone's game for that 4th place in the championship, really. Maybe even 3rd to 2nd. You know, a good like double podium and fetch Pacific Racing like into this fight for 2nd place. So it really is anyone's game. So that has been the end of the Ligier Mega Stream. If you enjoyed, make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We're closing in on 1,000 subscribers fairly quickly, and if you haven't already, be sure to join the Discord if you're interested in more information about this this series, basically. Next stream will be on Sunday, 6 PM GMT. So if you want to watch that one for the 2004 Formula 1 Monaco Grand Prix, be sure to check that one out. That's going to be all from me in today's stream, and goodbye.
Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Rock, rock, rock to the rhythm. rhythm, to the rhythm.